Good day, everyone. Sorry, I'm so slow with starting today. I fell asleep and I needed coffee. That's what I went to do. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
We're all mostly ready to play, so... Oh, I believe we're all ready to play. Unless we are missing someone. I don't think we're missing anyone.
We're missing people in the Roll20.
Yeah,
Get in here, losers. We're going back to Mayotta.
Oh, that's me.
get back in here, losers. We're going back to mayonnaise.
Oh,
Mayonnaise.
shit. Mayonnaise.
Oh, it was mayonnaise.
My beloved.
Oh, yeah, mayonnaise.
Wait, hi chat. Oh, I need to mute the alerts. I almost forgot. I haven't been doing this in a while. Aggressive typing. Let me see. This stream streak thing is so weird still to me, but I had a user reach 100 stream streak already.
Christ.
Jesus.
That's Ice Lord. I'll never be able to forget his name now because of that.
I mean, points to them. Literally.
Hi, Abby. So, Hallie, do we have a journal for today?
Always. A week that actually went smoothly for once. It felt like magic. Truly so, Journal. I could scarcely believe it. That even when I dived into the world of spirits once more, it wasn't as exhausting. To be able to share simple moments or talk with others, find space out in the forest. It's amazing what a few days to relax can do for oneself, is it not? I can only hope that those gentle times could continue a little longer. After all, we've all had such a hard time of it. We could all simply take the time to relax.
Yeah.
Time to relax.
Sweats.
No rest for the wicked people.
Relaxing in this campaign? No.
I've been allowed to avoid trauma for the entire manor.
You know what? That's relaxing for.
I can sense danger. I can feel it. Like there's something over my shoulder. I feel like, what is that? What's that smell? Is that Scott with a knife?
It's
Hey,
not
I
with a
showered,
steel
alright?
chair.
I promise I showered.
Your knife is so smelly.
Okay,
that's all
the
trauma.
knife I didn't watch because that's from the previous stabbings.
Yes.
It's just
so that
breathing
means
holes.
it smells like Miles.
Oh, that's why. That's
little
why.
Celeste
So I
wait.
still was able to detect it because it smells like Lucario's blood.
Oh god. Yeah, no wonder I made the Excalibur face upon smelling it. I'm sorry I'm like this. I'm not
Oh,
sorry
it's
at all,
great.
but I'm sorry because I respect that you like it, but I'm sorry that I don't.
I'm sorry, but actually, no. F you.
I'm sorry in the sense of I hope it doesn't actually hurt you. We just have different opinions, but I respect that you like it.
Alright.
I
Shall we begin?
respect you as a friend.
I do.
Of course, we shall
Back.
continue.
Who do we want to start with then? Because, like, I know one half of the party wanted to do the meeting thing,
Yes, that
And the
meeting
other
is
part of the
happening for sure.
and the other half of the party, I believe, are going to be preoccupied with a certain Grovile and a Pokeball.
Ah.
Fun.
So, how shall we start this?
Who wants
Sorry,
to go first?
hold on.
Oh,
My
I'll
friends are
choose.
bullying me about my prices in the back.
We can do the meeting right now, and that should give the others time to set up.
Oh, that's
Sounds like fun.
that is true.
That's a good idea.
This also gives me time to go pick up my food.
Oh, that's true too. All right. So we know that Kay's gonna be in the meeting along with, was it Miles that wanted to be in the meeting too?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Sam
I'm
also
gonna
wanted-
be,
Team
voicing
hands
Gregory.
then.
Yeah, Sky, correct me
Yes.
if I'm wrong, but you wanted Sam to sit in on that, didn't you?
Yes.
All right, let me just position everyone at the meeting hall then.
How do we keep
we're going
ending
straight
up as
to it,
team
okay.
hands and no
Or
hands?
okay, we don't even have to go straight to it unless you want to like.
I was just gonna have Kay bake a pizza for it, but we can
Okay.
go straight to
We
it.
can make. You want to
Oh,
make a
it's
pizza?
not
You
it's
can
not
make a
gonna be
pizza, you can
it's
make
not
a
gonna be
pizza.
a big thing. It's just gonna be.
Kay's
Shush, it's
practicing.
pizza time.
You
He's
can carry the pizza outside of the,
No,
the
Kay's
kitchen.
Kay's gonna be here. He's making a respectable pizza. He's going to set the oven to a respectable temperature. And then he'll ask Pierre, when this is done, would you please bring this up to the meeting? Don't worry about interrupting us.
He nods.
Thank you very much. And wish me luck today.
Best of luck to Mr. K.
Thanks. Alright, we can go to the meeting.
Yeah. Oh wait, okay. So we're here. I grab you and I kidnap you.
Probably outside the meeting. Gotta prep the guest, right?
Oh god, there's someone at the door. God damn it!
Oh, you too.
Oh wow, look at that! Time to fill my water bottle. That's crazy.
No, I was like, yes, there's only 2 people who will need to get called away. We'll be fine. Scott gets called away.
This is so normal for us. It's good to be back.
It isn't an ROTG session if someone doesn't get called away.
Exactly, or someone gets interrupted about 30 times.
And speaking of getting called away, my food is almost here. I'll be right back.
Get your food. Same group, different day.
You just had to open the doors, no big deal. Everything's fine. Except that I noticed on my weather report that there's isolated thunderstorm warning. So if the stream ends out of nowhere, you know why.
Oh, sorry,
Same
those are
for
coming
me.
from.
I've been getting loud thunder too.
Those have been coming from the central part of America. Sorry.
Damn it, America, it's your
Thanks.
fault!
No, it's my fault. I'm sorry.
Alright. I was saying, Miles, do you want to take anyone with you? To the meeting?
Miles took Umbreon with him, and I've also taken the liberty of moving Sir Gregory
Yeah.
in there as well.
I'm gonna move Lady Erin there as well, because it seems adequate. To
Oh
put-
yeah, important.
And,
The head of the house as well.
yeah. I'm looking for them on the map. They kind of vanished.
They were in the library.
Ah, thank you. Ah, they're there. Let's see, who else would want to be there? I'm looking at all the characters on the board.
Would their advisors be there like they were last time?
I'd say at least 2 of them would be there.
Would Jay be there?
Certainly.
It wouldn't be a
given
bad
recent-
idea.
Given recent events, it would make a lot of sense for Jay to be there.
Yeah. Brandon...
If nothing else, Sir Gregory has a few things he'd like to say about him.
How about Brandon and Stephanie?
Probably not. Though I can't imagine they wouldn't like be seated over here like within earshot.
Would you guys like Jonathan to join?
I would not be against it.
Okay.
Yeah.
From characters who we want to join, Trevor's resting. Let's see. I'm an idiot. Why don't I remember his name?
Who?
Frank. Frank is
his
requesting
name
to
is
join
Frank.
too. Would you want Frank to join?
Miles certainly wouldn't be against it.
That sounds like a yes.
Those are the only parties that are mostly interesting in participating. Like,
Mhm.
right from the get-go, that I see on the map at least. Alright. So, Kay, I noticed that you're here.
Yeah, he's gotta bring over the guest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, rise and shine. It's the time for the big day. How are you feeling?
I don't know how I'm feeling. It's just that... Well... Something's bothering him for sure.
If it's about being here and being taken care of by the errands, don't let your pride get in the way. Everyone needs help sometimes. Or is it something else?
It's about how they'll look at me, I think. It's what I feel. You know. You never forget the stares of why people look down on you.
Can you blame them after what you've done? What your group has done? But we're here to fix that. That's the goal here.
Uh-huh.
And don't you worry. I will protect you from them for as long as you behave yourself, of course.
He doesn't say anything, but you can kind of get the gist that he's kind of going with it for now.
I'll keep you safe.
Tries his best to stand on his own from the bed. He seems to be able to manage.
There you go. Just like that. Now, I'll walk alongside you. And we don't have to go all the way. Just like stop outside the meeting room door, I guess.
Oh, of course. I can move you both there. Fly away!
As they gets closer and closer, Kay starts to look a little more and more nervous. It's like the weight of the consequences of this meeting is beginning to bear down on him. All right. I think they're about ready to begin. He brings up some notes on his eye that he's been taking over the week. You ready?
Oh wait, I need to fix up the tabling here.
Yeah, there we go.
And I need to bring in... Spawn the loos. But they're not all loos, they're just like Lou adjacent. They're Lou related. Alright, I think I'm ready.
Cool. Try not to be too worried. We're just gonna talk this stuff out. Kay knocks on the door and then swings it open.
Alright, give me one moment to find that good music.
Glad you could join us, Kay. Who might this be?
This here is... Scott, did you have a name for him?
There's no name for him. Hold
Should I just make one up?
One moment.
That's quite a name there.
No, it's not that. It's just that I tried to roll for a random name online and it gave me Iadgioferid.
What?
What is that name?
It's
Can
a
you spell
name.
that?
Can you use it in a sentence? I don't know. It's
Yeah.
Yarroferid.
This is Yadgia.
No, we're not using this name.
It sounds like a spell.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
come.
I am Gyadgo Ferret. Gesundheit.
I step away to get a drink to have with my food, and that is the first thing I heard.
Martin is his name.
This here is Martin. I'll introduce him properly when we start.
Some people call me Edgario Farron. No,
He's from another country, another region.
he's just following you, and he looks over at the errands that are over here. The stairs are... You can cut the stair with a thick knife.
Yeah, you can sit right here, next to me.
Alright.
Ah, beginning of the trial music. Okay.
Yeah,
This is everything.
of course.
You just look over and Miles has a giant beard.
So who's gonna start here? Who opens the meeting?
David will rise first. As all the other errands will rise along with him, if I recall correctly.
Miles is gonna rise as well.
Alright. You all are expected to rise as well, and I am presuming that you all do so, of course.
Miles is
Yes.
actually gonna speak first.
Ah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Faust Heron, honored guests, and dear friends. Thank you once again for hosting me here. I'm Miles Stewart. Thank you for including me in this particular meeting of the Small Council. David Aaron, shall we begin?
So formal.
We shall. Thank you very much, and we are always honored to have you at our estate, Mr. Miles Stewart.
Pleasure is all mine, Miles would say before seating himself.
They all sit down. Well, David will sit last, of course. Or is that how it works?
Mhm.
Yes. I remembered. As David sits down, David will say, "Today we have our very esteemed guest as well here, Mr. K, who is the leader of Team Plasma, who has something very important to tell everyone about the current circumstances regarding the Razors and all of Mayotta even. Not just this estate. So, Mr. K, you have the ground."
Thanks, David.
Zoom in. There we go.
Alright. Before I continue, I should clarify, this isn't so much that I'm here to tell you something. I'm here to start a dialogue, so to speak. Everyone, this here is Martin, and full disclosure, he's with the group that tried to take your lives last week. However, I ask that you try to put that behind you just for the sake of this meeting, so that we can converse peacefully.
We'll be able to do at least that much. What becomes of the rest of his group? Time will tell, and thus far, we can only guarantee that everyone will have their due scrutiny before the law. Martin, Kay said it before, but you'll hear it from me too, as Rigger would say. So long as you are within this house, and you do not do anything to disgrace yourself, your safety will be guaranteed.
Now then, while we were fighting, and Gregory heard this too, I overheard them talking. Their reason for fighting you guys, the reason they became aggressive. Martin, could you explain that to them? Why you all fought? Why you all had it out for the errands here?
Of course. He's very shaken right now. He doesn't know how to begin.
Just speak honestly.
I come from a very extremely humble background. Food is hard to come by. We get looked down on by those that are richer than us, usually the houses. I don't know if it's this one too, but it's what it was back then. And living became too difficult to the point of us need to somehow ensure a future for our next of kin.
Would you say that you felt your family is threatened by the presence of the houses?
Every single day. At least that's how it feels like it, but at the moment, I feel oddly safe here compared to most of the other houses that I've seen personally, or that I've been hired by personally too.
It makes sense since you spent some time recovering here. However, I don't think your friends are going to feel the same way to start with. So, we need to figure something out here. The others, your other friends, they attacked for similar reasons, right? They believe the Errands here to be a threat.
Yes.
And the same goes for the other houses. That's why they attacked them?
He nods.
So, David or Alicia, whoever I should be asking, what do you all think? Are you a threat to them and their families?
So Gregory would first speak up. First off, let me go ahead and express my condolences with regards to the situation you and yours were forced to endure as a condition of living. However, I cannot account for the way the other houses treat you. Normally, this would be a situation where we'd write up and ask them to set the record straight on their own terms. However, given the circumstances of the nation as a whole right now, I do not believe that is possible. I can, however, vouch that no one who considers himself a bannerman to this house would have done so with us knowingly endorsing, whether through action or lack thereof. Now, I'd have to look further into the depths and effects of your actions. It would depend largely on what it was you did or what you allowed to happen these few days ago. But depending on what it is you resolve to do from this point forward, as well as evidence that comes out against you with regards to your actions, I do not believe jail time, or really any seriously punitive actions, will be taken against you. If anything does get asked of you, it will likely be that you help in rebuilding the townspeople whom were most affected by the actions, both of your group as well as those working alongside your group. Lord Aaron? Lord Aaron? Lady Aaron? Do you have anything that you wish to add to that?
Alicia will say, not much to add other than to say that we absolutely won't do anything to you. The House Aaron has always been a bastion of kindness, as I have tried to make it be, at least. Ain't that right? And David will nod as well. While my role as Lord Aaron has been short for now, I have always recalled us trying to help as much as possible towards people out there. Not just our own houses or the other houses, but we have done our best to support Mayotta City for the most part. As Miles may testify as well. We strive to make everyone not in the world necessarily, but everyone around us become or get to a better state.
I can vouch for all of this.
I'm glad to hear that, David, because I'm looking for more than just justice here. I appreciate all your appreciate how well what's the word?
Support?
No, let's forget that one. What I like is not just justice to be served, but I would also like, well, the other Razors, they're not going to just take Martin's word for it that you're good folks. And I don't think telling them that they're going to be judged fairly is going to satisfy them either. You are by no means obligated to do this, but I'd like to ask if you could actually, well, is there anything you can do to show them that you're willing to help? Anything you could offer to them?
There's a number of things that we can do, Sir Gregory began. Keep in mind, however, this all comes on the backdrop that Team Razor and those working alongside them have done a number of very unsavory things. I, for the last several months, had to deal with a number of reports that entire families have been killed off, and many others hurt, in many cases beyond the point of recovery, at least full recovery. Now, while I do believe their grievances, depending on who they are, may hold weight in some areas, we have our own people to look after. People who depended on us and in many cases got our protection, that would feel nothing short of utterly betrayed if we offered leniency when we needed to be firm. That said, none of the widely so-called techniques that I cultivated out here on the training yard would have helped me nearly as much over these last few months as genuine understanding and an ability to properly render aid where it needed to be rendered. That's not an easy thing, and sometimes techniques for rendering such aid change week over week, month over month, and year over year. We do our best, we can only reach so much, and I can empathize with perspective that we are failing as a matter of structure in rendering aid, either through negligence or malice, that these people think that we are in some way using our position against them. Out of character, I definitely jumbled my words.
Not as much as me.
It's okay.
Miles will then speak up. To piggyback off of what Sir Gregory is talking about, Martin, this idea that both you and Kay are looking for, that some sort of long-term reconciliation and a creation of mutual understanding, is something that's not... We have discussed it a number of times within this room before. And the conversations date back not just to the previous Lord and his tenure as Lord of the House, but to the ones before that. Now, obviously, with the Mafia, well, currently in its present condition, any sort of olive branch proffered right at this moment will be seen as and capitalized on as a weakness by many people who would seek to try and replicate what was done here a few days ago. Once we have finally found a solution to that, Miles would sit back.
I agree that...
Lord Aaron, what are your thoughts on including Martin as a point of reference for these sorts of efforts and how they might be properly targeted?
Before I go to to Lord Aaron, David, Yetta, what was it you were wanting to say before?
I agree that you shouldn't reward bully behavior, but this attack wasn't driven from greed. It was driven from fear. They believe you're a danger. You need to show them that you're not. And while I'm sure people's feelings will be hurt when they see that you're helping them, This cycle of violence needs to end, and I would rather hurt feelings than lost lives.
Fear may have been a motivating factor for some people. But Miles again can attest to this. That there are some people out there who are just evil. And unfortunately, they were the primary driving factor. If the Mafia was ever going to do anything to the scale that it did out here, the level of organization and destruction that it was employing, it was doing so on the orders of their own godfather.
Godfather?
Miles will speak up. It's the highest member of the Mafia's hierarchy. The Godfather is essentially the boss to whom every other boss answers to. Miles would then pull up a sheet of paper and start drawing this out. Again, I only learned so much in Mayotta City as well as what I'm talking about, but say like right here is the Godfather. He's the head of the entire organization. Out here, you've got the various bosses. One of these bosses might have a consigliere or counselor over here, and then an underboss, somebody who would directly take over if anything ever happened to the boss. Beneath these underbosses, you'd have your capo regime, or your captains. And then beneath all these people are the various soldiers, or soldera, as they're called. Everyone else those people are all considered insiders within the Mafia.
This sounds like a very organized structure, not just a group of people that have been attacked. Martin, what do you have to say about this?
I
was trying to get rid of the little doodle that I did.
Oh.
And I accidentally threw Umbreon out.
You deleted Umbreon?
No! Lilac!
Wait, how do you delete Umbreon?
I had the delete button.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to delete, like, oh, well, whatever.
Oh, she's gone forever.
No. Weird.
Alright.
Martin will add.
Can I say something?
Shoot.
Yeah, go ahead, you first.
It doesn't matter who it is that's in charge of the Mafia. What matters is the fact that conditions in Keita got bad enough that they were easily able to drum up support from the people who were suffering like Martin here.
Oftentimes, the Mafia recruits from people who come from these sorts of backgrounds where they feel threatened by the higher structures, and they're looking for some way to either weather the storm or to even fight back. And that sort of circles back to what Sir Gregory was talking about finding out where these pain points are for people and trying to alleviate the pressure there. Even in current situations, I imagine the resources of this house are still plentiful enough that we will be able to do something about it. But it's going to be a while before we can really see the results of the work we've been doing paying off.
Is
that right?
think the bigger problem, though, is that why is it the houses that decide whether peeps should be able to recover from hardship or not?
I can't speak for Keita at large. House Saron only directly controls the area that it is in insofar as actual governance. I'm not sure you remember, but Mayotta City largely defers to the mayor that it spends its time electing. And while it's true the Constitution states that all authority does derive from the High Throne, well, the last person to occupy that was Arthur Babington, and both he, as well as the castle he is in, was destroyed.
Right. Which is why maybe I could have I have maybe a small suggestion.
We'll hear it.
I hesitated a bit to actually make it just because personal reasons, but I think at this point I can kind of see what Corey was talking about. I would like to speak for a moment on behalf of Coriander Cromwell.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He
Yeah, I assume there will
sent
be
both-
a few murmurs around the room right now. About...
Mhm.
Especially coming from the 3 errands here. As they murmur amongst each other about this name drop.
Mhm. And wait, isn't Jay supposed to be here?
Yes, he should be here as well.
Oh, he was just kind of chilling at the other table.
There he is.
Oh, he's just over there. Okay. I was zoomed
He's been listening.
into a weird section. Okay. Both myself and Jay were sent here, more or less on his behalf. I believe he's already talked to you, David, at least a little bit, about the circumstances we are in right now.
Yes, he has, and he looks back at Jay. Jay raises a glass at him. Should I go sit down at the table to join the conversation?
Please. But the other thing is, out of character, Scott.
Yeah.
David did literally talk to Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Coriander Cromwell wanted to make a statement to as many of the House Lords as possible. And the statement is thus: revoke your titles the same way we have. The time for houses is over. The only house that matters now is the House of the Calamity. The house we all stand within. It's what it is. It's what's happened to all of us. A great upheaval and a great change at probably the worst possible time. We can't afford to keep the houses anymore. Literally.
The 3, these 3 errands here would be like looking around like a bit nervously, a bit in disbelief as well.
Let's see why such an idea might be a little controversial, but I think I can already articulate why that's not going to be able to happen immediately, if at all. Miles will begin.
It's preposterous, says Aaron here.
I would certainly send a message to the Razors that you're different.
What Corey suggested is to, again, just take a page out of history's own book and do what they did to stop fighting long ago. Cromwell's gave up their right to any sort of throne to keep the peace hundreds and hundreds of years ago, at least according to what Corey told me. He thinks that now it's the rest of the house's time to do the same. He thinks that if we start with the errands, and the errands basically put themselves forward and set the example for the rest, it may spur others to join in with the remnants of what still exists.
You posed a rather revolutionary idea. Well, Corey at least did anyways.
Who's saying this?
Miles is.
Okay.
I can see the merit in it. The biggest problem that will determine whether or not this was the best thing to happen to Keita or the worst thing since the fall of James Stewart at Ashford Crossing is that abdication of power needs to be done so in a manner that whatever power is passed on gets passed on to a government capable of handling that sort of responsibility. Well, Keita does have its own elected institutions as well as a functioning legal system outside of the direct purview of the houses. They would need to know that particular burden is falling upon them and to be able to handle that before any sort of abdication of responsibility could happen. Not everyone would be happy, but what I just talked about is a must.
Frank will interrupt me. I'm sorry, but I do believe that the mayor and Keita is doing a pretty fine job in keeping the order in most of what he controls of Mayotta. Thank you very much.
Perhaps he is. Then again, if that were true to the extent that it needed to be, I would like to see the problem of the big players of of organized crime within Keita at least detained.
Well,
these people wield a pretty considerable amount of power on their own, and if they got wind that there was about to be a large power vacuum created by the absence of aristocracy within Keita, they wouldn't think twice about pouncing for it, whatever form that took, and I think we've lost enough people already.
Behind the scenes, Corey's been amassing a small following of basically scrappy militia across the entire continent.
What can you tell me about? What can you tell me about this militia? Gregory would ask.
It's honestly ragtag groups of former criminals, people that, Razors and others would have targeted themselves. He's been trying to give them a second chance.
Scott
The ability
just
to
had step
defend
away.
themselves. Oh.
We lost Scott.
You cannot catch a break.
Oh shit.
I'm also gonna be right back.
Let's all be right back.
Oh shit. Everyone, when Scott gets back, type Scott's cute.
It's like it's no time to eat my food. Oh. Ah, my croissant.
How dare you not? Croissant. Hey, Kika, you gonna finish that croissant?
Allow me to finish this croissant.
Croissant. Don't sing, Callie.
Croissant.
What? This is 100% team no hands behavior.
Can I get a croissant?
Can I get a croissant?
We here at Rise of the Guildmasters are a very serious party with very serious and take the story very seriously.
Hey Hallie, I opened up a brand new jar of pickles. You want some?
I already ate an entire jar of pickles today.
Oh shit! More for me.
Beat us to the punch.
We're totally serious about this. Also, the crew. I love this campaign. Like, I take it seriously, but I love being goofy. Like, I have to have the goofy in there.
The goofy goober?
You mean like you?
No.
Yes.
Get a room.
We did.
Been
and
there,
we'll
done
do
that. 10 out of 10. Will do again.
We're starting to finish each other's sentences or know what each one's gonna say. We're getting to that phase, everybody.
To be fair, that's not the first time we've told that joke.
True, but also usually I just let you say the whole thing. And we'll do again, 11 out of 10. No, Scott's music's gonna run out. Oh, thank God they put it on loop.
Darn storms. I should look at a weather map.
You should. It is that time of year, though. Weather's all over the place.
Sorry about that, I had a warning, but it was a false alarm.
Hi. False alarm?
Yeah.
Good.
It was a raccoon.
Aww.
Crash Panda.
Aw, cute.
Yeah, like the camera cuts off. It was like someone's invading your house. I'm like, oh shit, and it was a raccoon.
He just was hungry.
This is zigzagging.
Yeah.
Trash Panda.
There's also a tornado warning near my area. Cool.
Cool.
It's only for winds, not for actual tornado. The tornado is going somewhere else.
Hey, you
But-
don't get near me, tornado. You better fuck right off. You better keep going the other way.
It's the north of Ontario, where we have the
it's
wind
going
warnings.
away.
Uh-huh. Tornado warning, let the raccoon inside. Thanks, chat member.
If he's cold, if you're cold, they're cold. Let them in.
It's true.
If I knew that the animals would not bite me or like harm me in any way or like carry infections, I would let them inside. But I cannot. I have learned that
Yeah.
lesson as a kid already.
I hope.
Alright, sorry about that. I am back.
I think we're waiting on straight now.
I'm back.
Ah.
Hey, I think that's everyone.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Don't remember where we were.
I think Scott left when you started to speak, Sky.
No, not when you started speaking. I heard about that. You have to let the houses die. Basically,
And
is what
then-
you were
and
saying.
Miles basically said, like, that is possible. We just need to make sure that whatever power we do have ends up in the right hands.
Mm.
Oh yeah, and then
There-
Frank said that the mayor was doing a good job, right? You know.
And
There's
Yeah,
a
you were talking about the
representative
crime
of our
thing.
group.
I think Miles also put down the, excuse me, the counter that organized crime is still very much a problem within Mayotta, and we'd like to see at the very least the big players that are letting that go forward, at the very least, need to be caught before full administrative control is transferred to the mayor.
I agree, says Frank. Especially since part of the organized crimes that came from House Huron in the first place. Another problem that many common people agree, not to say common, but you know, Frank will say, excusing himself. But that's what everyone perceives as where the problem comes from. The houses, the rich people, people with power.
Miles would then turn to the advisors. What news do we have from the Sun Tower?
Ah, shit, Sun Tower. Can you remind me what it is?
That is the primary house that House Huron bases itself out of.
The Sun Tower? That thing's abandoned, and it's been abandoned for years.
When was the last time anyone checked in on that place?
They all look at each other, someone checks his notes. There's no report of that.
So we've been leaving it to chance all this time that somebody has been leaving that place completely empty.
No, that's not what we meant. Not by chance. It's just that a report existed, but it's not here anymore. We've always had a report from one of our members in the Aaron estate. But the report was always either there's nothing there or it's abandoned, and now the report is gone. If I may, Jonathan will say out loud, I did catch one of your also esteemed Aaron members being part of the Mafia while we were doing that fight back there. So, chances are, they infiltrated as well. Chances are, they've infiltrated the other houses as well. And if my hunch is correct, Jonathan will say, putting his, kind of like his finger in his, head, thinking, there is a chance that maybe the Mafia worked really hard to give y'all a bad name. I don't know, I've been doing this for a bit, and every time there's a problem or there's a criminal, they always try to blame it on someone else. You know, a scapegoat to get out of the way, or something to distract from the actual issues.
Well, there is something to be said that all warfare is based upon deception, Miles would remark. And if you did catch this person, how much can you tell us about them?
Well, he's currently at the infirmary, recovering, of course. But I'm sure your guards will be able to interrogate him when he wakes up, if he even spills the beans.
Well, the Aarons do have a bit of a track record of getting people to talk, and they can do so without causing undue pain.
So, Jonathan will ask, tortureless torture? How does that work exactly?
So Gregory can tell you more about it, but
Sorry, that's out of character laughter.
Ultimately, genuine interrogation that yields actionable information that is valid comes down to convincing people that it is in their interest to talk. And I'm not sure how much old Keita literature you've been reading, but I remember one passage coming out in my studies talking about where a guy was responding to the threat of torture about whether or not he knew of a plot to overthrow an old king. Who, I think, based on where this was, it was one of the Mandels. Anyways, this was back when they were a kingdom, but his response was, I'm certain that after 3 days of your torture, I might know somebody who was in on this plan. Give me another 2 days, and I'd probably be able to tell you all about them. Not that they exist. And in 3 days after that, I could tell you that I was the mastermind behind the entire plan. Not that any of it was true, but it is what I would say under that particular interrogation. It's that, among many other reasons, not the least of which is general decency, is part of the reason why the Aarons gave up on torture of that particular kind a long time ago.
I don't like the idea of torture. Why don't you just use a telepath?
We do have a few telepaths.
Looking at Alicia.
We do have a few telepaths who have shown some promise, Miles would say. So, Gregory, I would imagine you probably have a better look at that.
But
So, Gregory would then speak up. We do have a few that have been working out of Eastwatch, but we would be able to get a few of them out here to conduct such an interrogation without any undue harm to our prisoner that we currently have in the infirmary.
But Miles, Albir will say, you don't need that anymore. You have psychic Pokemon now around you. There's one
That's
right
what we're-
there. He points at UK.
Hello.
Well, I believe it would be best if we let the interrogations be handled by House Aaron. At least for right now. Now, I don't doubt that both Kay and Alicia would be up to the task, but the people who run these interrogations, they know a few things about knowing which questions to ask and which things to look for. If that makes any sense.
If you say so, however, I've given my input. Now, I think we're getting off track here.
Yes.
Based on what you've said, the Mafia has its power because they take advantage of folks like Martin over here. If everyone would help folks like Martin, the Mafia would lose their power, would they not?
They would certainly lose their ability to influence people the way they have, Sir Gregory began. And with I believe we do have a more in-depth report among our advisors, Sir Gregory would say, motioning to the three Lucario. But that leads me actually to talk about the full extent of the carnage that was inflicted on us a few days ago, and the price the Mafia paid. Sir Gregory then reached across the table, asking for the report that was being mentioned.
He holds the papers up and should I not hand this to Lord Aaron instead?
We're in the same direction, but I'll go ahead and deliver the findings myself. If that's alright, Lord Aaron.
That'll be alright, Miles. David will say.
I was actually Sir Gregory talking.
Oh, my bad. You do have the same voice for both of them.
That's my bad. I'm being lazy with voice acting.
That's fine.
Anywho, Sir Gregory takes the report in hand and looks it over. Our preliminary reports looked promising in the immediate aftermath of the attack, but every report that we've been getting since then has shown that the Mafia have been placed into full retreat. They've gone back to Mayotta City to try and regroup. We do not know their exact movements, but their power has been diminished. And so their power projection capabilities have been severely diminished, as have those of Razor. I will admit that that particular showing of force will diminish our capabilities to truly show ourselves as less of a threat. But for the meantime, the people living out here will, at the very least, be safe from any immediate harm. Which then brings me to what I was going to ask of you at this meeting, Kay.
Go on.
What sort of resource, now that we are no longer under direct threat from the Mafia or Team Razor, what do you as a leader need to be able, as far as resourcing goes, what will you need to properly size up the current situation with the Mafia as well as Team Razor?
I think you misunderstand our purpose as Team Plasma. Our purpose is to unite everyone. We're not here to punish. We're not here to interrogate. We're here to help everyone find common ground. I have no interest in finding cracks to attack them.
We're not asking you to attack them. And that is honestly a prospect I don't even think we are in any particular position to go for at this moment. What we are asking for, and I want to be very clear about this, we're asking what it is you need to properly be able to diagnose what it is they're still capable of doing and how best to pursue those avenues of reconciliation.
I would need time. I would need a lot of time. Time that I don't think you have. I can send my knights out. However, they have their hands full in the city as well right now. You haven't had much word from what's going on within the city.
We have not.
Just on the way coming here, we had to deal with a whole batch of cultists trying to steal everyone's spirits and stuff like that. It's a mess.
And would I be correct in assuming that you've been sending your knights to try and help alleviate the pressure there?
I've been sending my knights to help fill in for the absence of the police, who hopefully will be more cooperative. Isn't that right, Jonathan?
We're hoping so too. The police were busy on the south side of things in the city.
So yes, we've had our hands full there. And given the time dilation, it's hard to give a estimate of how long it'll take to figure everything out. We don't know how long that will be up for, or how long until it dissipates.
So
When
okay,
you
it's
do-
been a while, but I'll just say that the Razor member is a big gun.
Bacon! Okay.
I see. When you do get a better idea, reach out to us and we'll see about getting resources out to you. I'm not sure we'll be able to spare manpower at the current moment, but I am not one for not putting our resources where they'll be the most effective.
Resources. Like, we need to not wait to get started here. We need to start patching things up with everyone. We need to start poisoning the Mafia with kindness, so to speak.
Specifically, the people that they're targeting for recruitment.
Yes, like poor Martin here. Can I count on you guys to do any of that? Or, as Sam suggested, showing them that your house, the name of your house, isn't as important as their lives.
I will concede that some individuals do place a lot of capital into the name of our house. But I remember a time when my grandfather, God rest his soul, would talk about a house being defined by the sum of its actions. One of the reasons why he insisted on staying, not just any old spot in Keita, but here specifically. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility we'd be able to pull something like that. We'll be talking specifics amongst ourselves when this meeting concludes. But I think we can do what it is you're asking for us.
I'm so glad to hear that. How do you feel about that, Martin? Do you have anything to add?
Martin will look at everyone. I didn't think everyone was so open to talking like this.
You'd be surprised, Sir Gregory would remark. We do a lot of talking in this room.
They do a whole lot of talking in this room.
Miles couldn't help but laugh at that.
The things that we heard about the house is that they just make choices without really involving anyone that wasn't themselves and just acted upon them.
Well, I can't say we've gone out of way to involve every person within Keita in what the decisions that are made out here. We do try to get outside input where possible. It's very easy to lose perspective in a room like this, or really in what used to be a castle like this. So, thank you for coming by, Martin.
It's nothing. I thank you for not. I don't know. Thank you for not. He's very nervous.
Kate pats him on the back. Do you want me to escort you out?
Yes, please.
Let's see here. Is there anything else I need to just say before I go? Actually, you all go ahead. I'll be back just a bit, alright? Is there anything Martin should tell his friends when he gets back, actually? What message would you all like him to send?
My character Scott wanted to leave this specifically to David.
Yeah. That despite the fact that things are hard, that the house welcomes everyone, their ideas, their support, and the Razors, as I've seen them in the middle of the battle, they seem to be pretty proficient with hammers and destroying things. Well, what we need is not destroyers, we need builders. And as I've seen the city myself, we need builders more than ever before. The livelihood of every person in the world, not just yours, but the houses, the city people, farms everywhere. Yeah, people that have simple lives, even people who don't have the simplest of lives but have the hardest of times living. We all need a roof above our houses now, above our lives now. And all of that was taken down in the middle of the city. There's not a lot of good houses like standing left. There's only that tower and a few other small places. Everything else was ransacked. Everything else was torn apart. So as of the moment that everyone turned into Pokemon, not only people stopped being humans, but people stopped being humans, if you catch my drift.
I think
Maybe-
that's a good message.
They've been forgetting how to get along with each other, and I think we need more of that.
Maybe it is time for Keita to be a place, not of houses, but of homes.
I like that. That is a powerful message right there.
David looks about. Says, maybe the houses of Keita, the Aarons, the Mandels, the Stewarts. Maybe the houses isn't the right word for what we really are these days. And that word should go to the people. At least that's what I believe. Ever since all I've seen in the passing of my father, I I've been wondering, where's the humanity? We may not be humans anymore, but we need to find our humanity still. And I don't want to lose that at all. Maybe it's a bit rash for me to say, but maybe the houses had been holding out for power for too long.
Some of them, anyways. Miles would chime in.
Definitely the Hurons have been holding onto power for far too long. And I know that the Hurons are still out there, so let's make an effort to take down that house of lies. I trust in you, Guildmasters. They look at you, Sam, Kay, and Miles.
Won't let you down. That said, I was going over something, and perhaps this is a conversation best had with Stella present. I may have found something after examining a photograph among the Hearthward conviction records.
And the time will come for that then.
I'll make a note of it, but I would like at least the two of you, Miles says, pointing to David and Alicia, present for when I present those findings.
We will try to make it at our earliest convenience then. I know you all have to depart very soon.
Thank you for hosting me here.
Thank you for coming as always.
Thank you for accepting this meeting. Where's that darn pizza?
Oh, that's right.
I just love, out of character, I just love the timing on that.
You hear Pierre enter the door, a lot with like a cart, with like 5 pizzas.
There he is. See, this is why I always set it to 5,000 degrees. This takes too long.
Oh, Mr. K, please. I'm trying to impart you the knowledge you need to make these pizzas the best they can be, and you still burnt them to hell. Oh my gracious.
All that matters is that we got here before everyone left. Thank you for bringing them.
You're welcome.
You mind eating a bit before we go, Martin?
If that's fine, I don't want to bother.
No, I made it for everyone.
Martin, I understand you may be a little bit nervous, but if you've been invited to sit at this table, you've been invited to eat from it too.
Martin will very awkwardly take a slice while he looks at everyone. The advisors are all looking at each other like, really, pizza? Really? We're eating this?
Yeah, I could have brought coffee too.
Miles remarks, I think it's going to be a while before we get filet mignon and caviar in here. Not that I was ever a big fan of either of those anyways. Miles would then take a slice and present it to Lilac.
Ah. Alicia will say to the advisors, this is a time of need. And we get all the food we can get right now. Also, as a reminder that we should all humble ourselves to every types of food as well. Not just to what you commonly eat that is like high prestigious food. We're not gonna be getting that much out of that for quite some time, I believe. Now with the other house is gone, especially the... I don't remember the name of it. The farming one. What's the farming one again? Vendel? No.
Yaxley.
Yaxley, that's why I don't remember, because it's a Yax. With the Yaxley house gone too, I think most of the produce and most of the ingredients from all the houses are gonna be quite some time to get back to what it was. If it gets back to it at all.
It won't. Don't expect any of those meat products.
What is this about, Kay?
Oh no!
I overheard some of the products that the Yaxleys would provide. I don't know if this is the place to talk about that.
Oh, you're asking about how Keita gets its meat production going. All right. So,
Mhm.
so
Umbra's like,
Actually,
what?
I-
Meat production? What do you mean?
Hold on. I wrote a report on this like 5 years ago as part of my private education. Let me add a character I need to find. Where it was I put this particular note?
You had a note
Anyway,
ready for this moment?
I didn't know.
Okay, so what do you know about like stomach parasites, Kay?
We're here to reassure the boy, not traumatize.
What?
Okay, let me see if I can.
Frank asks. Frank is gonna
simplify
ask. Frank asks out loud, "Stomach parasites? What is that? A new type of Pokemon I've not heard about, or what is this thing?"
It's not exactly a Pokemon. It's something a little smaller that doesn't quite meet the criteria to be a Pokemon. Anyway, these things got brought over by some very careless merchant some several hundred years ago. And since it had no natural predators, it kind of spread throughout Keita. And it made, organized farming for meat production not very tenable, just because people kept on getting infected with parasites that would get inside them and cause all sorts of problems for them.
Miles, what are you getting at?
Well, listen and you'll see what I'm getting at. A long time ago, several decades ago, some brilliant scientist found a way to essentially replicate what is supposed to be meat from various Pokemon without actually having to hurt actual Pokemon in order to make this happen. Essentially, they found a way to make it something grown in a lab instead of grown out in a farm and butchered when they were at the right size. It's a practice that a lot of people were initially worried about, but the fact that they could guarantee that nobody was going to be getting sick from this stuff was definitely a big plus.
Out of character, I don't know if lab is the right word to use, because the first thing that would come up to Kay's mind is the Mewclone labs.
Lab grown meat.
Oh no!
It's not exactly where we've been finding your various family members, Kay. It's...
Kay is glaring at Miles.
Miles is searching for the right word.
Lilac is glaring at Miles too.
It's not the kind of place capable of creating life as we understand it. I guess would be the best way to describe it.
That is incredibly vague.
I mean, you're not cloning Pokemon there. Not in any way that we've seen it done yet.
Well, you see, Kay, it all started when Burger Kingdra introduced the Impossible Whooper.
Martin, were you involved on the attack on the Yaxleys at all?
Not me. I just did the attack on the Aaron. I was ordered to just hold a hammer.
Did you overhear anything about it? Like what they found there?
The rumors are is that they tortured Pokemon over there for meat. But that's just
The
a rumor.
rumors. Kay puts his head in his hands and just sighs.
There's rumors over every house too, like how the Aranus Day was all about, you know, they get all the money and then they store it forever, or something like that.
Oh, I hope that's just a rumor. Have any of you ever met a Miltank?
Oh boy, we're getting into this.
They are the kindest, most trusting, most motherly people you will ever meet. If I find out that humans have been just growing them for the sole purpose of eating them, what were we talking about again?
Like I said, Kay, that hasn't been happening in Keita for at least a few decades.
Martin will ask, didn't they actually have like a Miltank farm?
Well,
growling heard across the table.
Out of character,
I've never seen it with my own eyes.
Out of character, now would be a really great time to figure out what the girls are doing.
Yep. We're moving on to the next part of the game.
Awesome. Thank you, Sky.
Thank you for the abort button.
Yeah. Like, I saw the abort button and I'm like, okay, how do I get out of here?
Like, actually...
I just saw the abort button. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm just like, dude, this is a minefield.
It is a minefield, so they'll go through the minefield out of camera.
I blame Pokemon for doing this to us.
I do blame Pokemon for doing this to us in that Pokemon episode.
Like, look, can't apply our world's ethics to the different world. It's a completely different world. You have to use like animation.
But I do like the canon that Burger King introduced the Impossible Whooper.
I accept that one.
So, how shall we start?
Oh god, I don't know. The question is, how did you bring Stella out here with this? Did you discuss this idea? Did we?
I remember that Kat brought up the Pokeball while she was sort of delirious after her first episode.
Yes.
But, aside from that, we didn't really get the chance to talk about it.
No, so I think just talking about the idea first is probably where I'd be at. And then being like, good. Hey, we should probably bring that little dude out, let him out of prison.
Yeah, let's just say the girls are all inside the room for sake of privacy.
Down for that.
Yeah, Kat's just pacing back and forth. It's like, how the fuck are we going to talk to him?
What are you talking about there?
Ramel.
Oh. Like a person?
He's been in there for almost 2 weeks now.
Yeah, also, we should probably get him food if we plan on letting him out.
Oh. What does he even like to eat? Hey.
Yours is as good as mine.
I'll just say out of character that there was one thing that he likes to eat that was mentioned once.
I remember what that is out of character, but I'm not sure if Kat remembers.
Was Stella?
Damn it, Kat! I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. Out of character, it was mentioned. Was Stella there when it was mentioned?
Yeah, actually, yes. The entire party.
Stella would remember. Please message me.
I'm.
Stella cares about characters and people. She'll remember favorites.
Let me see if I can bring up the exact note. Here we go. Floor 4, note 10. I'm be vague about this for the sake of the audience.
Reading.
It is like a blink and you miss it detail.
I
But it is
see
there.
it. I see it. Yep.
It is fair.
Well, I can say it out loud now.
Yep.
Well, if you remember the old email thing, he seemed to really like donuts.
You know, that's probably the best shot we've got.
It's something, but also we should probably put something healthier. That's more the treat, but we should bring some veggies and like actual things to help nourishment as well.
No. Are you gonna torture him like, hey, here's a donut, but first you gotta tell us about where your
Oh,
boss
no.
is?
No.
Oh.
He still gets the donut. It's just a thing of
Fair.
like, this is to make sure they actually eat food that is healthy. You know, like she threw pizza at a dude's face.
I mean, he was pretty beat up when we last saw him.
Oh,
Maybe some
very
orange
good.
berries wouldn't be a bad idea.
Not terrible. Plus, I can actually do some healing now.
Yeah, I don't remember how bad it was, but I don't remember he was in great shape.
We can definitely take better care of him now, especially here.
Which leads me to point B. How are we going to keep Ramel from not jumping out a window, rushing past us, killing somebody?
Well, I can make a pretty good roadblock.
Miles is going to kill us for this, but god damn it. God damn it.
We gotta get it done sooner or later.
We have the game plan, kind of. I can access a ground typing. That can help with his electricity. And just now all we need is the food.
Do you know how? Alright, weird question. What Pokemon was he again?
He was a Grovyle with Zero Aura Godblood.
Okay. How heavy is that?
You know, that's a good question. I don't think Grovyles are particularly heavy.
They're very light.
To Bulbapedia, 1 second.
Oh, the
47.6 47.6 pounds is the average.
What?
This would probably be contested, but well, if he's light enough, I might be able to just pick him up.
If Stella can pick him up, I can definitely pick him up.
Just psychically holds him up as like spins him, rotates Ramiel slowly.
Shakes in the rock tumbler.
I can't believe that Ramiel is 47 whole pounds of fury.
You're not wrong. Alright. We have a plan, which is honestly more of a plan than we had 10 minutes ago. So
Maybe also lock the doors and put something against the windows. I'm sure he'll try and get out any way he can.
Yeah.
Well, if you all will get that set up, I'll just move stuff around and I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah,
If he's been listening to me when I've been talking to him each night, I'm sure at least he won't be completely unaware.
Celeste, you probably know this the best between the both of us, but how much awareness do they have in there?
What do you mean?
In the Pokeball.
Sorry, repeat the question. I had a brain fart real quick.
You probably know this best between the both of us. How much awareness do they have inside a Pokeball?
It really depends from time to time. I mean, with my own Pokeballs, they seem to be pretty aware. Considering the one we made, I would have harbor a guess that he's probably been listening to us 99% of the time.
Lovely. That makes it much easier. So more of a thing of he definitely knows what we're planning, and that's fine.
Yeah,
At
and
least
also
he
he
knows
should know
we're
not
going
to.
to. Yeah, he's getting food, and
Yeah.
we're just here to try and talk peacefully.
And also, hopefully, he doesn't try anything.
I could appreciate some water.
Yes,
I don't know-
100%. Also, maybe like I don't know. I don't drink it. What's a good soda? Might be refreshing. I'll let
What?
you pick that.
Do you think the chef would get mad at us if we asked for a little bit of everything?
No, just say it's from me.
Whoa!
That
If Ramiel's a gamer, you could offer a mountain budu.
Mm.
I've been a nuisance to the chef all week.
Mountain Duot.
Well, guys, our alibi. The Evers are still going to kill us, though, once they realize what we're doing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
definitely.
100%. But I don't care.
All right. Do you want to just quickly fast forward, just like the girls getting donuts and food ready?
One moment.
Maybe that's why Pierre took so long.
Yeah.
It all
True.
connects.
Lore.
Congratulate. Wait, that's in GM screen. Here's your food. Congratulations.
Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee!
Oh, wow, that is a lot of food.
Let's go.
That's a spread.
Well, that's excessive, but probably pretty good. Running burns a lot of calories and could be nice and healing. Bloody hell. She's going to very slowly float the Pokeball out of her saddlebag, nudging the second one away before rotating this one. It's like, okay.
In that case, Cat is going to get into position around here and also switch to ground type.
So this is gonna get positioned here, just kind of staying near the door.
All right, where are you basically releasing Ramiel at? Point at it.
We should probably make a you know, the best spot's probably God, this is hard.
Yeah.
Is here okay?
That is probably
That
gonna
is
be...
A-okay.
At least I'm under the blanket. Maybe if he's a bird, he'll just get sleepy.
True.
That is a hell of a mental image.
Okay.
Hey, who
well,
turned out the lights? It's night time.
I'm gonna let you out now. I hope this works as a bit of an apology for not doing it sooner.
Here we go.
Fingers crossed.
Let's see. One track I wanted to use, I think, got delisted. Oh no, it didn't. Okay.
No. Yay.
Okay, I did get 3 ads for like Dunkin' Donuts though. Weirdly enough.
It knows! It knows!
What is happening? All right. You see the light emanate. As soon as the light starts emanating, you don't see him completely formed yet, but you see that he's looking around and he jumps out of the window immediately.
We already covered it.
Yeah?
That was literally part of our plans, yes.
Oh, you covered the windows? Sorry, I missed it.
That was something Stella said immediately is he is going to try and run, board and lock.
Yeah.
He still tried to mash his head through the window though, even though it's boarded.
Yeah, no, sorry, I already planned for that.
It does break the board. However, there's a problem with Ramel himself, as he tried to escape through a window. And I remember, I don't know if y'all remember what size he is right now.
Oh, that wears off.
Ah!
Um.
He can't get up.
Wow.
Ah,
So I'm
I
guessing you didn't like me talking to you every night.
I forgot he was in that state.
It was horrible! Get me out of here!
no,
Uh,
I'm not going anywhere.
So, and Kat is just going to hold up the platter of donuts. What I'm hearing is these freshly made, double glazed, jam-filled, jelly-filled, donuts are going to go to waste then.
I imagine you're quite hungry. They're even freshly made. They're so... Oh yes, they're still warm.
I can literally see the steam.
Me too, and they look so good.
He starts eating.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh,
I just noticed.
Uh,
I did not realize he was
What?
that hungry, I'll be
what's
honest.
this? What's happening to the music? It's really fucking with my head.
He ate all of the food.
Oh,
It got so phased.
I see. We need to actually
Thank you.
Wow.
Nice.
Nice one, dude.
I'm so immersed.
Also, I need you to realize Ramel thanked us.
Yeah, exactly, he
Take
did.
that.
You're welcome, Ramel.
I wasn't
Happy
thanking you, I
food.
was thanking someone else. Pouty
Who
face.
were you
That's
thanking
all right.
then?
That's all right. Feeling a bit better? We have water. I imagine you need that.
Trying to find a good track for this moment now. Just give me a moment.
I'm not trying to like do any harm. I know you heard. We just want to talk. If you think I'm doing harm after the weeks of me talking to you, that'd be impressive.
Oh, damn it. Where did the music go? I just put something generic. Something calming. At the beginning, I hated all of it. How you capture me was totally lame. Like, you didn't even try to fight me.
We didn't want to hurt you anymore.
To emphasize that, Kat is literally going to point to the myriad of injuries on Ramio.
Hmm.
Dude, if we did it, you would have died, and we don't want that.
But then again, afterwards, I hadn't been able to eat for a while. Which includes the candies I was eating.
True.
He turns around. Nope, not gonna do it.
Not gonna do what?
Thank you. I'm not gonna thank you or anything, so shut up.
That's okay, Ramel. You don't have to. If anything, I'm just glad that, from what I can see, it looks like you're feeling a bit better right now. And that's good enough for me.
It's been quite some time since I've been able to even Do you have a candy, perchance? No.
Oh, no.
No. He holds his head and it hurts.
Oh, it's one of those. I'm sorry, Ramel. I really am.
I was the hardest kid to get around back in the Huron orphanage. The boss couldn't even keep me down. I was too... I don't know. I was
High energy?
way too much of a brat.
Sounds like a handful.
But I did like my sweets, after all. But then one day... well... I thought he cared for me, but one day he just hit me, you know?
Oh, I know how much that one hurts.
He points at it, the side of his face with the 3 gashes. I know. You know, on his icon.
Yep.
Whoops, the
Ouch.
food is back. No, he didn't puke.
Ah, no.
No.
Oh, damn it.
Stella,
There it is.
she-
The 3 marks on his face.
Yep. Stella marks, rubs at her own arms, says, well, whenever I changed into this, most of mine, vanished. But I understand that. I'm sorry you're stuck with such a horrible reminder.
He added it again when I turned.
It's so much worse.
Well, when I see he, I meant he forced me to do it upon myself.
It's still worse.
That's
That is-
awful.
Yeah, that was worse than I thought it was going to be. Wow.
And I happily obliged, too. No. Okay. It's been so long since I've been able to think straight. You know?
How does it feel?
For one, I can still feel like I want to eat candy again. You don't have some of those around? You know?
I have soda.
He shakes his head. Not what I mean. You need to stop me, please.
I won't let you eat those sorts. I'm more trying to think, some sort of replacement. Oh, stars, I haven't dealt with this much, but some spirits mentioned and have died from certain overdoses, so solutions are finding something akin to it to help curb cravings.
It's circular, round, and purple. Those are the candies I ate. Those are the candies that he gave me every day. And
Were they sweet?
very, they made me feel really good, and then I wanted to do anything for him.
Oh, that's horrible. Then perhaps, I'm sure we can have some made. Just some, not the same, but just little candies that you can chew on whenever you get the craving. And eventually it should get easier, right?
Maybe. You can see that he's scratching his, like, the backside of his hand with his other hand. Like, you know.
You'll have to forgive me. It's rather new territory.
That's fine, Now that I'm not on the destiny hole, I can stop being creative on how to avoid it, you know. That's what he hated the most about me. Even when he used his power of destiny upon me, I could still find a way out of it. So he had to control me in any way he could.
Now that's lovely. Quite strong-willed.
If anyone had a hold of those, I'm pretty sure they would be completely under his will by now.
Stella looks down for a moment. A certain Pokemon crossing her mind in worry.
Appears they're on the same wavelength at the moment.
How?
He looks at his hands. He looks at himself. Why am I a giant?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. I thought you'd be smaller by now.
Yeah, I'm not
Actually-
sure why you're still big. All things considered.
Actually, yeah. Out of character. Can Cat still sense the Eternatus Dynamax energy from him?
Not anymore.
Oh.
Oh,
This is
no.
awkward.
Cat, you
this
have
is
that look
awkward.
on your face. What is it?
So you know how I have a bit of that power?
No?
Oh no.
Oh, yeah, hi. Cat just gestures to everything on her.
Oh. You're the special
Ye-
one that boss always mentioned.
I don't really understand why I'm so special, but hi.
You
yes,
have one
here
of
I am.
everything.
Cat just shrugs. Yeah, I'm still not sure what to do about that, if I'm being completely honest. But I'm getting off track. That the energy that made you fun-sized, I guess, is the best way to put it, isn't fair anymore. This may be permanent. Sorry.
Well, maybe not, but that may take me time.
Ramel will shrug.
Uh,
I don't care how big I am. All I care about is that I'm not on that man's power anymore.
Well, that's a relief.
out of character. Fuck, I had a point I was going to think. Would it be inaccurate to say that Ramel is effectively an alpha Pokemon now?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh my god, I fucking love that. He's probably at eye level with Celeste. Probably.
Yeah. Right, now I remember what I was going to ask. Can I roll to see how much about the Dynamax phenomenon Cat actually knows about?
Go right ahead.
Whee! Dice be nice!
You have
Cat
some
probably
knowledge.
knows the basic.
Yeah, you
Cat
have...
probably knows the basics of makes big. Pokemons can be captured, but they need to be beaten up effectively. In that case. Oh yeah, that's right. When the Dynamax Pokemon is capturable, they explode. Ramel technically didn't do that.
Wait, I explode?
I mean, that's what I've always seen happen whenever they did those documentaries on Dynamax Pokemon.
It's not a real explosion, you'll live.
But, to be fair, this isn't a full Dynamax. It's like a in-between almost.
Yeah, I mean, he is currently like the big as the room right now. Well, not like in height, I mean, not in like width. That'd be weird.
Yeah, I mean, Cat just shrugs. This is beyond her knowledge, very clearly.
Well,
This
if we can't
is
do
a lot of
anything
firsts
about
for us.
that...
Like,
Sorry, go ahead, Kat.
I was just gonna say that this is a lot of firsts, and it doesn't look like it's going to negatively affect you at very least.
Might have a bigger appetite.
You think we can order another round of room service?
Probably, but we maybe need to give them a bit. Those orders are... Whenever I get a little needy about it, they get a little grumpy. So give them like an hour?
An hour? I mean, Ramel like looks around and looks away. Is like, never mind, I can wait an hour.
Sorry, I've been a little fussy with them, so I've been asking for a lot of treats.
I don't think it. Nope. Cat just rummages through her bag to see if she had packed any snacks, but nope. No dice.
Celeste did the same. Nothing.
You think I could write it off on the tower budget if I were to have a dedicated snack budget for whenever we go out next time?
Probably.
Use the tower donations to feed this big boy.
Yes, people keep giving us money so we can feed Ramiel.
Welcome everyone to our Indiegogo. We gotta feed this big boy. We need your help to raise 3,000 poke to feed this big boy.
No.
All right.
For
So
99 cents, you too can feed this large lad who's starving.
Ramiel just gets ramen.
For the grand total of 3,000 stardust, you too can feed the slightly dynamaxed Grovile. I can't believe this is where we went with this.
How about we do a very hard turn away from this nonsense?
Ramiel, if you want, I can take at least some look at like what spot your wounds. Just put it straight out there. Still learning, but I might be able to help but relieve some of it. I imagine you must be hurting.
You can fix my broken heart?
Wait, broken heart?
I'm more into women.
Never mind. It's just that my father changed out of nowhere. He's not the man he used to be before.
Cat's just gonna give a look to you both, Stella and Celeste, and just be like,
She nods.
yeah.
To Cat.
I mean, sooner or later we're going to probably end up running into him again.
You shouldn't make me see him again if possible. Even though I knew he was gone, I still tried to impress him because maybe if I impressed him, he would come back, you know? And he would stop doing whatever he wanted to do.
This is hitting a little close to home.
Well, you shouldn't worry about impressing him. If anything, it sounds like you kind of just need to only impress one person. That's yourself, Ramiel.
I'm the one that knew him, well, before number 1. Like, sorry. What I meant to say is, I'm I guess the second person who knew him before everyone else. And I remember how kind he used to be. He loved me so much, and then he wanted me to prove that love by doing terrible things, and then when I didn't want to, he drugged me.
Oh, sweet Arceus, what have we gotten ourselves into?
I don't know, but let's just keep going, Cat.
Ramiel, before all of that happened, you're a Mandel, right?
I am a Mandel,
Well-
yes. That's what I know. I was abandoned by the Mandels, though.
What they? You'd see Cat just like narrow her eyes in confusion before just shaking her head. Well, that doesn't matter. What I want to say, though, is
Like, I remember
Well-
them abandoning me when some member of the Mandels ran away or something. They didn't want me anymore after they ran.
Both the twins are tensing right now.
Yep.
Cat
yeah,
very
exactly.
visibly winces. Oh, sweet
She
Arceus.
looks to Ken and whispers, "How do we say this without hurting his feelings?"
I think we just rip the band-aid off. I think we just rip the band-aid off.
Yeah, nope, that's the only way I know how to do it.
So,
About
Ramel,
that.
depending on who your, biological parents are, there's a teensy-weensy, itty-bitty chance that we may or may not be your cousins.
What?
Surprise!
We're also technically, right, Kat?
Well, we... Oh, sweet Arceus, how do I broach this topic?
Rip the band-aid off, Kat.
Do you want me to just say it?
Only if you want to.
Okay. Their dad is Luther Mandel.
That's my uncle.
There you go.
Yep, we're your cousins.
Hi. Nice to
We're-
meet you.
We're Luther's daughters.
Sorry about almost fighting to the death.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait. My
We
uncle
only
is...
found this out of... Yeah, he's... Well, not here, but he's back at the tower.
Wait.
He, filled us in the other day. We didn't know that he was a Mandel.
Yeah, so it's kind of news to us too.
I remember when... Before my father went, like when he says father, he means the adoptive father. Before he went crazy, that I was gonna be able to reconnect with some family, and then he said that afterwards he said that they're all dead. Are you saying that my uncle's alive?
Very much alive and well.
Stella.
Uncle and aunt.
Yeah. AKA our mom, and you have 2 cousins now.
When he tried to make me behave, he just said that I was the only family that I had left, and then everyone else had died. You're saying that my uncle's alive? My aunt's alive too?
Mm-hmm. Very much.
We, I'll be honest, don't know where the rest of the Mandels are with what's happened to the rest of the houses.
But you do have family, if that makes you feel any better. And we'd be happy to get to know you. Honestly, you... Apart from how we first met you, you actually seem really nice.
So,
Stella, question, where's the Pokeball?
Stella still has it.
Where exactly?
I imagine next to her?
Can you roll me a d20?
dice be nice, dice be nice.
They're nice. You see as Ramel is going to very quickly try to reach for the Pokeball. Try to.
Okay. Stella's going to... What would she do?
I mean...
I don't think she can trust him just yet. And this is a
Uh-huh.
point that can use empathy and vulnerability. And she's still a little more on guard, so I think it would be floated up and out of grasp for a moment. It's like, sorry, dear, what do you want that for?
Oh, as he tries to reach it, he like looks. No, give that back to me.
Dear, you need to talk with me.
No, I don't want to talk to them. I almost killed my cousins. How can I look at them? I didn't know they were my cousins.
You're wanting to use it to escape.
You see him nod, like very gently, while he's trying to cover his face.
Stella shakes her head. It's okay. They're here to talk. And you couldn't have known, and they couldn't have known.
No! No. He goes to a corner and he just curls up.
I got this, you guys. Hang on.
Celeste actually stands up and walks over.
Yeah,
Ramiel?
it
What were you gonna say, Kat?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that the moment Kat hears Ramiel's tone of voice, she's just, you know the classic like, teary eye look in anime. Yeah, she has that right now.
Celeste tries to be very gentle with any touch of approaching Ramiel.
It's never a good idea to run from your fears for so long. The best way to actually get over them is to face them head on. Take it from me, I spent most of my life running from my fears and never really facing them up until recently. If it's all the same to you, we didn't know that we were related either until after the fact. So, it'd be...
It's not that. You'll never forgive me, and I lost my family for good.
I'm willing to forgive you.
I was trying to kill you because I tried to make my dad proud, and then he said he could help me find a family. And he was trying to make me kill the family.
He was giving you false promises to keep gassing you on to do things that he wanted. You weren't really thinking for yourself, were you, at that time?
I could have at least tried to stop it. Somehow, even though I was basically trapped.
And it is at this point that Kat is just gonna wrap herself around Ramiel. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
We're here for you now, and we're willing to turn over a new leaf with you. If you're willing to leave that past behind and turn over a new leaf and get to know us and your extended family, all I'm saying is you're not alone on this, and we're here for you.
Ramel sort of stands up and tries to get his get up out of his shoulder and throws it on the ground as a large cloak. So whoever
Trust
that
me.
man has become, he's not my father anymore. He wouldn't have made me do something like that.
No, not at all.
His daughter gonna love you, we promise.
Don't mind her, she's very much like this.
Family's a rare treasure, and one you don't want to lose. And they're offering you just that.
He's gonna turn around gently, looking at all of you. I'm sorry, but I'm sure you won't ever forgive me, but I'm sorry.
We already have.
We forgive you.
He feels shy about even trying to hug or do anything at all, but he does a meager attempt to do so.
Oh, that's precious, actually.
Because he doesn't know if in his mind, he may be scared that if he tries to hug you, he may harm you some way. He doesn't want to hurt you anymore.
Yeah, Kat's absolutely not worried and is just giving her cousin the best hug she can.
Celeste don't give a fuck. She also giving a hug. Gently, though, because he is pretty hurt.
This is the part where I wish I had a better icon for this. He looks evil right now, but just ignore that. Ignore the icon details.
You could change that later,
know.
Scott. Okay, we can make him
Soon.
soft boy. Make him soft boy.
Let him be happy.
Is Celeste using the rainbow wings to wrap them both around in a hug? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, this entire family's generation all has god blood.
Yep. That's actually true. You three are the godblood. You three are godblooded.
I'm sure Ramel can fucking notice.
You know what? This is honestly better than I was expecting things to go, and I'm taking it.
I'm happy it is too, and I know he's our cousin, but he's pretty much like a brother, right? Come on.
Yeah. Soon as we get home, Dad is probably filing for adoption.
Wait, my uncle's here? Where is he?
Well, like we said, your uncle is our dad. He's back at the tower with Mom.
Okay.
As soon as we get back, you'll be able to meet them properly.
Yes. And, sorry we had to board everything. We should probably tell you where you are, and I'll give you the choices if you want to stay in the Pokeball till we leave. We're at the Aaron estate.
Really?
We are.
We should also probably mention that no one else knows that you're here, let alone have been let out.
I kind of kept you, a closely kept secret for worry of what they might do. I wanted you safe.
Okay, I think I know how I can help. Okay. I don't want to be outside for too much longer.
Okay.
I do want to be in the Pokeball because I'm feeling the urge again.
Okay, we will try and get some sweet candy set up in order to try and do the little thing I mentioned. And she lifts the Pokeball and floats it very gently in front of herself.
Not yet. Before you do that, you'll say.
Sure.
I don't know what he wants. It's so confusing. I don't know what is going on, but I used to know my father, my adoptive father, as my true father, because he really did love me and he told me a lot about the Aaron estate. He ran away here long ago. He didn't want to be a part of his own house anymore, too. That's why he kind of found shelter here, because he couldn't in the city. He would have been tracked down. Everyone wanted to find him. He was just that important to the house. He escaped his own father.
That lines up with that time flower vision we saw. The one in the courtyard.
You think?
I do remember. It's a bit blurry now, but he never got adopted, you know. My father, Joseph. What he says he's talking about his adoptive father. And he wanted to give the joy of being able to have a family to others. Back then when I was taken in, my real father was killed by the Mandels. Or so he said. That's why he took me in. I mean,
for the longest time, I always wondered what the rest of our family was like.
Me too.
you won't be able to see your uncle's side of it, though. Apparently, the Mandels killed him when, I guess, my uncle ran away. For whatever reason. I don't know why, though. That's one bit of information that I do know. Sorry, this is a bit too new. I'm not used to being completely free and under my own control.
You're all good. Although, sis, we're gonna need to tell Dad.
Yeah, I was already thinking of that.
You should know of who killed Michael, Aaron. I was there when it happened, but I wasn't able to get to him at time. Someone else did.
Who was it?
None of the daggers managed to reach him in time. It was... this... I had never seen him before. But... they had many knives, they boasted about themselves a lot, and... they just got it before I could. They were very efficient.
Many knives?
Poisoned a lot of them too, from what I can tell. He said that even if he would survive that hit, he would still die to the poison. I don't know if that information helps you at all.
Anything
that-
helps.
That helps a lot. Full disclosure, the biggest reason why I was so worried about people finding out about you being here is because they thought you were the one who did the killing blow.
I boasted that I did. I wanted to impress my father. He said that he would... you know...
If it wasn't you that did it, we might be able to, well, at least make it so that they won't try to immediately arrest you on sight. It's better than nothing, I guess.
I'd rather be arrested. I mean... I've done a lot of worse things already.
Does that count as under duress? If it's done with drug and abuse in mind? It usually...
I would say so.
And finally, those candies are like the round purple ones that I like.
That you're not allowed. What did they do?
They make you feel so many different things. I feel like just... the first time I had them, I felt like I could run miles and miles on end. I could just, like, lift up a car, maybe, if I tried really hard. You know, that sort of feeling.
Oh.
But it lasts very little, and you have to, you know, have more and more. But... it made me... it made me harder to make my own choices, you know, and that's how he ended up getting control of me from the Destiny Hold.
You know what that means, though, guys? We might be able to save Intelion.
That's the hope. We just might have to, capture them.
It's worth a shot.
That's a plan for another time, but
I
right now at least.
I did hear that there was one person who I was going to kill in the future, because they said that they would take them away from me, whatever that meant.
Who?
Someone called Professor Redwood.
Redwood.
That's Cedric's mom.
That might help.
But why?
They said they would take all the candies away from me if they managed to stay alive. I hope that means that they had a cure for it.
Cat's eyes would squint again, cause hey, Cat, isn't she supposed to be one of the admins? Why would he go after her?
Maybe she's working against him secretly?
Kind of like what Alexi was doing?
Yeah, maybe there's more than one admin that's working against him.
Mhm. I think if we can get onto that airship, we have a lot of questions for her. Who knows? Maybe she might be able to help. That does remind me, I was actually thinking about possibly, if we manage to get back to the tower at any point, talking to the doctors. Maybe they might be able to help.
Maybe.
That's true. I'm glad we were able to have a we're just able to talk. Glad we could get you updated, and I'm glad you're feeling better, Ramel.
Yes, I remember when I first got mine. There was this very big gang leader called Leonardo that gave, I believe that was his name? He gave me one. Was that his name?
What?
I don't remember anymore, it's
That
been
was
so
his
long.
name. That was his name.
He's saying that like, as trying to recall.
That does actually line up. I do remember back when we saw that sand slash back at Plasma.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
What's a sand slash?
He when he gave me one, he insisted that they were fine because he ate one himself too. So
That's right. That I remember he had one, but I don't remember seeing him ever having any adverse effects from it.
I had the adverse effects, at least as far as I recall. Maybe being a different kind of Pokemon affects them differently. Who knows?
That does remind me. He did go after Karis.
Karis, is he alright?
He's safe. Almost everyone who was with you is safe, I think.
Really?
Hopefully. They're all back at the tower, waiting. If you want, we can take you to go see them later.
I would like that.
And I'll get some more food, sweets, and some donuts done.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can let you out again later.
Yes, for now I would rather be in the Pokeball. I'm feeling the rush again.
That's okay.
The withdrawal's coming back.
It's alright. Here. And she'll hold it up, allowing for him to actually enter it as he tried to do before.
Before he does so, you're gonna, like, look at the both of you and just give a gentle hug this time. Say, please help me.
We will.
We're going to help you. Promise.
And back in the Pokeball you go.
That went a lot better than I thought it would.
That went infinitely better than I thought it was going to.
Not gonna lie, I was actually prepared for him to put up a fight.
Me too. She puts the Pokeball back into the saddlebag.
Yeah, Kat's just going to just lean against Celeste just a little.
He just stretches one wing out and gently wraps it around the side of Kat.
Well, congrats on a growing family, I guess.
It is nice, actually.
Yeah. Sucks about our uncle though.
It does.
Dad's not gonna be happy to hear about that.
No, not at all. So I guess we're gonna start with the bad news, aren't we?
I'm just happy we were even able to well, reach Ramel, you know?
Me too. Here's hoping we can help him with those withdrawals so he doesn't get those urges anymore.
Everything he just told us about Joseph and the timeline. Cat just folds her ears back against her head. I'm not liking the implications of what happened to him.
Celeste shakes her head. Neither am I.
Little too close to home, that one.
Mm.
All
Well,
right.
at least.
Sorry, what was it?
Oh no, you can go.
All
If-
right, so
switching back.
yeah, so we're switching back, and just as a reminder, this is around the time where everyone's gonna end up preparing and going off back to Mayotta City.
Yeah.
As a reminder, so if there's something imperative that you want to do here in Erin, think about it now.
Yes.
There is the bit of business between Miles, David, Alicia, and Stella.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Stella needs to ask Alicia about the Hearthrug thing she was offered, but she didn't take at first.
Yeah. If there's more things, you'll let me know as they come, of course.
Yep, I think that's all I know.
Alrighty.
All right.
Back to this.
One explanation of synthetic meat later.
Yeah.
All right. That clears up some stuff.
Wow. That's awesome. We wouldn't have to hunt other Pokemon all the time.
If that's true, that does mean a lot of good things, yeah. But I gotta verify these claims.
That aside, I think it's time I bury one last hatchet here before I start making preparations to leave. Well, a few, really. Want to see Stephanie and Brandon one more time. Well, Brandon's probably going to be coming with us, but
Oh, is he?
he wants to try and be a ranger. And he's old enough now. He should definitely start thinking about how it is he wants to pull his weight and leave his mark on the world.
Ah, Kay's eyes shift over to Jay as he says,
Mhm. Well, I will gladly, Jay says, love to accompany him because I want to see how he does as a ranger.
Well, he's at no lack of physicality. And the fact that he's capable of flying, well, that opens a few doors for him.
Oh, trust me, Jay says. As someone who's been able to fly, flying is a really huge benefit.
it's really weird seeing him fly.
As a mental image for everyone, he like floats and flies like Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Yes.
Based.
Based?
Alright, so
Oh.
with that, Miles would stand himself up and he'd want to start looking for Stella.
By the way, Jay, have you set up that communications thing yet so we can speak between Team Plasma and here?
It's underway. Getting through the entire bubble is kind of difficult. You may have to have some sort of like scouting team outside of the bubble, you know?
Is this going to take long to set up?
I mean, you know, going through time distortions with a signal is kind of complicated.
I suppose I wouldn't really know, but I believe you. Still, we promised we'd set up communications here, didn't we?
Indeed. I'm sure everyone's gonna do their best. it seems like they're doing their best to like at least figure out how to get past the bubble. But even though a simpler alternative would be to honestly have someone outside of the bubble ready to receive the message, or something outside of it to receive the message and then send it in. You know?
Alright, well we can allocate a couple nights for that. Or even some squires. It's not really a dangerous job.
Exactly.
We will have that set up. I'll get that started right as soon as we get back. Now, Martin, you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go. Thank you again. It was a good pizza. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Right out here, please. So how are you feeling after all that?
It feels like it's not real. You always hear about all these rumors about how the errands, when they see you, they demand so many things of you. I mean, there was this friend of a known person that they had a friend that they said that their friend had to be a slave for them.
That's a lot of degrees of indirection there, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad there is at least a path forward for peace.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can clearly believe you because, I mean, I just saw what y'all did outside there, and if you really wanted to harm us in any way, you would have done so already, like 17 times over.
Oh, of course. If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you in your sleep.
Excuse me?
So anyway, you have the hard job coming up, though. You've got to convince the rest of your friends about this. How do you feel about that?
They're not gonna believe me that easily. I have some very good close friends that I can convince for sure. That's no problem. The problem becomes that most of the group is already basically believing what the Mafia said all along.
Is there anything they could do, anything you could bring that would help them to be convinced? Before you go?
Resources would be good. As in food, water, supplies.
I'll see if they can part with a few things. Maybe not a huge amount, but something to show as a token of goodwill.
Exactly.
Oh, and one more thing. If you really want to thank me for putting this stuff together, I really have one thing to ask of you all.
What do you need?
The day before the big attack, you all raided a nearby forest and stole all of the food there. You did the very thing. You became the very menace that you claimed to be fighting against. So please, go back to that forest and make up with the natives there.
I wasn't part of that team, but I'm sorry. I'll see what happened. I don't even know what happened over there.
As you know, rumors spread very fast. You need to get this stuff in order before it spreads too far and they start to resent you.
Is it the forest to the east of here? Or was it east? I don't recall.
Out of character, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but it's the forest, yes.
K points in a direction. The one over that direction.
Oh, I heard that there was a Charizard over there that attacked a group of... Okay, I see where you're getting at.
Mm-hmm.
The Mafia keeps telling us all these things. Maybe we should just stop listening to them.
I think that would be a good idea, my friend.
Yeah.
You're saying whatever they think you want to hear.
Exactly. Okay, as they start walking through the halls. You know what they said too? It's
What?
the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Go on.
They said that there was a deerling that basically created a giant explosion and killed everyone. But there's no way a deerling has that kind of moves.
Well, every rumor has a negative truth, doesn't it? Or more. Hi, Milo.
He nods.
I don't think he has anything else to say
Yeah.
all the way back.
Where you want to go?
After he sees them out the front door, so they're safely off the premises, then I would say go on to someone else. I'll think about what I would do.
Oops.
Team Plasma will check on you all again later, alright? Don't be surprised if we visit.
Oh, sure. If you're gonna visit, make sure that I'm present or just call for Martin.
Will do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not any leader or anything like that, but I know some people. For sure.
I'm counting on you, Martin. It's my goal to unite everyone here in Keita. And you're playing a role in that. So thank you.
I just wish I had a way to, like, sort of signal to any other errands or anything like that that it's me. Because maybe they won't even remember I was here.
Have you learned any of your new abilities since you've become whatever it is you are?
No, the Mafia says it's dangerous.
So you haven't practiced at all. Oh, that explains so much.
Yeah, they just told us to just use our hammers and our tools to fight. But y'all just used your Pokemon abilities. We all thought you were Pokemon that Aaron State hired. Or
They probably told you that so you wouldn't have any power against them. You absolutely should practice your abilities. It's part of who you are now.
I'll keep that in mind.
Everyone has that right, especially you. If you do come up with some tricks, though, like if you can fire off a signal, come back and let these guys know what that signal is.
I'll keep
Establish
in
a
touch
form of communication that way.
I hope that they don't see me as some sort of double agent, though.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. You don't have a cell phone or anything like that, do you?
In this economy? No. He picks up his hammer and just puts it on his, like, this very heavy hammer that seems to be weighing tons on his back. He just picks it up like nothing. I'm off then.
Good luck. Be safe.
Thank you. I'll remember you.
He smiles and waves off to him. Oh boy. He's got a lot of work ahead of him, guys.
You hear a head, like, back to where you were going. K, catch! He tosses you something that you managed to catch in the air.
What's this?
You see a metal inscription of a giant R. The R of the Razors. It's in your power now.
I got a badge, a third badge.
Yeah, you're collecting all the badges. You're the most Pokemon trainer than Celeste at this point.
That's not true.
Actually, has how many gym badges even are there at this point in the time?
It's not a gym badge. It's more like an insignia badge saying that they are a razor or something. You know. You can put that in your inventory as a key item too. By the way.
Will do. I can't believe Kay's collecting badges. I will do that. You can go on ahead.
Alright. Who am I going to next? Would you want to do the conversation now between Miles, Stella, and Alicia and David?
And afterwards, we can go to the tower that I'm very normal about.
I'm very normal about? Let's
Yeah.
go.
Celeste doesn't have anything she wants to do.
Yeah.
She's just gonna make sure Trevor's ready to go.
Yeah. Where would you
Why
want?
would Stella want to go to the tower?
I don't know. It's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
wonder
It's
why.
Sus.
only not because there's two cutie girls waiting for her back at the tower that she's totally not screaming about in the form of let us back, let us back, let us back, Lorraine Pandora, Lorraine Pandora, Lorraine Pandora. with the spice of feral screaming.
Excuse me. In my Christian Minecraft stream?
Scott, get the fuck out of here.
Da 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 da. Hey.
Something just got brought up, Giga. We should probably mention the new name for Celeste Pokemon to the rest of the group eventually, right?
Oh yeah, we only actually said it between twins and Sam.
Would you
Yes,
want
it's here.
for the meeting of this Miles, you want to reunite in the same table area?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also the time flower that right here that never got used.
It's fine. I mean, everyone buys something from the supermarket, they don't use it, they have to throw it out because it passed beyond the expiration date. I have that experience all the time.
Point taken.
AKA, Scott didn't have anything for that time flower.
Yeah. Hallie, you're
It's
fine
just
with
a
being dragged to the
decoration.
table area? Never mind.
Right.
Like-
So, David, over the past few days, Stella and I have been looking through those files that we were showing off, that, well, weren't so much being showed off as they were just being come through. It's confirmed just about everything that was made, except this one picture right here. Miles pulls out the picture and displays it in front of everyone. At a glance, it's on a really old piece of photo paper, and the photograph is in black and white. Truth be told, it was actually one of the earliest types of photography available. And Miles,
Miles, real quick.
what?
It's like 1,000 years ago or something. It would probably be like a drawing, which is still really good, especially if done professionally.
Mm-hmm. Well, Miles pulls the picture out, lays it out. Now, normally I wouldn't put too much stock in drawings made at the time, yet there was a particular attention to detail. I couldn't help but notice this little notch here right along the shaft of the arrow, just below where the point is attached. Now, we obviously know that this point right here is that this particular type of point is used for delivering poison upon impact. But just before that, right where the shaft begins, there is what looks like a bit of a notch, likely from damage. Yet, if you look closer, these 2 points right here, they're not just a malformed section of the arrow. If you were to add in a bit of a gap in the metal here, and you were to connect it like there was 2 points here, this little strand you see right here looks like a spear that's running through. There's 2 more spears running through just like it. And when you lay that all together, and you allow for wrapping that around just a little as far as the image goes, it's a soul rock. And this is Castle Forged steel, according to the writings of what was being photographed. There were only a few people capable of getting steel of this quality. Royal houses and very rich people. Now, while it's certainly possible that somebody rich could have gotten this particular type of stamp that is set into metal, the only place those molds existed at the time were in the forges at House Huron. You couldn't replicate this anywhere. At least, the metallurgy techniques used for forging this sort of thing didn't exist. Which means that whoever did this saw this as something that could possibly trade back to them, so they tried to break off at least a piece of the signature along the steel section here, but they were rushed for time. Which even the best assassin, even the Red Viper, might not be able to fully remove this particular marking on the arrow before sending it down toward their target. Which adds up since Amalia Hearthward was under a significant guard, so the window for taking a shot at her would have been limited at best. It's not a solid conviction, but it does add up with everything else we've been hearing about the Hurons so far. Now my question to you, Stella.
Mm-hmm.
Given your knowledge of family history, did the Hearthwords and the Hurons have any sort of interaction that soured, or the Hurons might have felt they might have been slighted by the Hearthwords?
Give me a second to pull up my notes, because I haven't had to look at this in a long time. This is for the Hurons, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's a long time ago. Let's see. What was the main thing? I think... Oh, gods. I'm not as good at this long history back then. What was his name? Who was the current head at the time?
Current head?
Out of character, I never actually assigned a name to that guy.
I did.
A little foggy on that particular time of history. At least with other houses. I know at the time we had Okay, I see it. We had Eugene Aaron, who was then the Lord, and then Apollo was his firstborn. But I'm struggling to remember who was calling the shots for the Hurons at the time.
Was Highland?
Was it Highland? I thought he came... No. You're right. Highland.
Okay. Then... Let's see. My grandmother would be better at this. She's the one who had this all memorized. It's been a bit since I've had to recall it. That would be Highland's heir, then, who, if I recall, the major thing that happened in that time was they were oddly cleany towards the house. People in it trying to weasel their way in. But what I do know is they ended up having a marriage proposal towards the Hearthwood's eldest daughter, and she rejected it.
Miles will sit back. Well, given the wiles of high society at the time, that's definitely motive. Miles then picks up the page. Here's our method. The opportunity was a slim one, but they had somebody good enough to pull it off. Well,
Gotta
that
love
effectively-
the old times where they decide, oh, I can't touch that. Well, I have to kill that thing.
well, I'm not sure if you noticed, but I think everyone here has very different ideas about how to settle those kinds of disputes.
Oh, that was so long ago. It's not today. Surely not. Saying full well aware that does still actually happen. Weirdly, fun fact.
Scott, I've sent a whisper to you
Yeah.
over Roll20 chat, and then I have a special Google Doc that I have prepared for this occasion.
Oh boy, can you send the link to the Google Doc also as a whisper?
Sure. Copy link. I'll send this to you too, Hallie.
Let's see. Well, you want me the whisper that you sent me, is that something to mention now or later after
Yes.
this? Okay. David will say, well, whoops, that's in the gym layer. There you go. Well, while this isn't really something that's enough to sanction the Eurons openly, at least, it's certainly enough to pardon the Harfords. Sincerely.
And that's lovely, isn't it?
Well, a pardon's worth the paper that it's written on.
Bro, I'm already a bit ahead. I have the paper and pen ready.
Stella lets out a slow sigh and just slumps completely into her chair, just like, oh, thank God. Kind of vibe, just the sense of all the relief, just, oh, bloody hell, that's over.
1 second.
That's weird to end with me.
Let's see. He's gonna recite as he writes down. On this day, June 26th of the 2020th year, I, Lord David Masterson Aaron, 9th of his name, Warden of the Hearthlands, pen the enclosed declaration which is to become effective retroactively to the below described incident. The household recognized as Harford was declared guilty for the crimes of acting as an accessory to regicide, conspiracy to commit regicide, and fraternization with an enemy of the house. All records of investigation, arraignment, conviction, and sentencing are to be sealed and disregarded as a matter of public record in accordance with new evidence found that would have led to exoneration at the time of conviction to an unbiased judge and jury of their peers. Lady Stella Harford, all blood and legal relatives, all parental relatives without restriction, and all progeny conceived regardless of circumstance are hereby pardoned without condition. Signed, me, David M. Aaron, the 9th.
Nice touch with the Foley.
And I hope the Hurons get eclipsed as the bastards they are.
Whew, lovely.
Although we can't say that publicly, of course.
We could, it just wouldn't be wise.
Just like that. Future ones I had to worry about, I don't have to worry about. But thanks for taking all the time to dig up so much ancient history, I guess, Miles. Probably wouldn't have happened if I didn't come here, but it's certainly an old feeling. Doesn't feel real yet.
We'll give it a bit of time.
So, out of character, that sound effect with the pen that I did. I grabbed a random box of cookies and I started scribbling on it. And I posted the associated image on players only so you can all enjoy. And I'll show it on stream too. And
Oh my
I'm
God.
writing on the box.
That's dedication.
Nice.
Wow, what good handwriting!
Hey, it's like
That
my
looks like a
handwriting.
doctor's signature.
It looks like Kate's first handwriting.
Hey, it looks like my handwriting on a good day.
Whoa.
Wait, I made you joke, but I'm also in that camp of chicken scratch for handwriting.
I'm gonna drop this at a museum. It's gonna make $1,000.
That's
Mine's-
actually what the written contract looks like. Everyone's just staring at David like, "Are you okay?"
Because he doesn't have thumbs.
In character, though, David makes art out of his handwriting.
Legally binding box of cookies. I want to show the actual letter and image as well, so that people don't think that he just wrote it in a box of cookies. Here it is for stream to see as well.
Oh damn, that is fancy handwriting.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what it's supposed to look like, not the box of cookies.
That is so nice.
Oh, he types in Calibri. I mean, writes in Calibri.
Yeah, true.
Imagine being able to write in Calibri.
Maybe.
Imagine being able to write.
Imagine.
In Spanish, colibri is a type of bird. Anyways, continuing on. Sorry for the tangent.
Oh, there you go.
I
With
think that
that-
leaves one last thing for me to ask then. Alicia,
Yes?
you mentioned that there was something for the Hearthwords, right? I think I'd like to take your offer on that.
Splendid. I will have someone pick it up for you in that case.
Certainly. Thank you for everything. Just means anyone I adopt or whatever happens, they won't have to worry like I did.
And thank you for saving this house. Truthfully. We're in your debt.
Glad I could help, even if it's odd. Is there anything else, Miles?
Well, I wanted to go say, but I wanted to go speak with Stephanie one more time, say goodbye to her, and then gather Brandon up so we could start getting underway.
I'll get my stuff packed up. It's not much, but I'll just go ahead and start getting things ready and probably bug the cook for a couple candies and donuts to go.
That sounds great right about now, actually. Miles remarked with a bit of a chuckle.
Something sweet.
Lilac will ask, what's a donut?
Oh, you're in for a treat.
You really are.
Ooh, okay. Miles, I've been thinking, actually.
Oh?
There's a lot of people that want to go back with us. How are we gonna take everyone?
As one giant group. I'm gonna be playing that by ear, but we'll find a way to make it work.
Alright.
That Miles would stand up, and he'd begin making his way down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be heading towards the keep, where he's expecting to find Stephanie and Brandon.
To the keep? Okay. As you're walking down, I'm gonna say you start feeling an aura sensation. Again.
Miles pauses a moment in the hallway before closing his eyes again, focusing.
There! I I think I see where you are. I'm coming for you.
You never told me who you were.
They don't reply.
Miles is a little spooked, but he keeps on moving.
For today's session, your interaction with Brandon and Stephanie is going to be the last interaction. So, does anyone else want to do any interactions before we end the campaign tonight?
No, I want to go
Sorry,
back
end the
to
session
power.
tonight. End the session today, not the campaign. My bad.
Sky, I know
away.
you wanted to do a thing. Do
I
you
want
want
to do a
that
thing,
now?
but we can't do it now because you haven't revealed the secret. That's not a secret. It's just not been revealed yet.
What is it?
Because
Just
the
a
two
record.
halves of our parties haven't talked to each other yet.
Oh, you know what? I think it's Miles. You think it's fine if like everyone just gathers in the middle?
Sure.
Well, no.
No?
This is the did they tell everyone about the Ramel thing?
Oh,
Are they planning to?
Yeah.
Cat, I can say with certainty Cat is planning to. She has no idea how to even begin to breach the subject with Miles.
Stella would not talk about it in the Aaron manner, so it would be up to Kat and Celeste to say anything.
Boy, responsibility of choice.
I believe in
Damn
you.
it.
It's all up to you. It's your
Well-
turn now. Gives you the funny talking sword.
The trauma hat.
It's yours. I don't need
Fuck.
any trauma anymore. It's all yours now. I had my dosage. I clearly won't get any more.
Cat literally has the trauma the trauma knives. They're coming out of her head.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know, this is the trauma knife because Celeste's like, well, I don't think we should talk about it. I think we should just go meet the group. I'm out of here. I need to go see Trevor.
All right,
Fuck
Kat.
this
Looks
shit,
like it's
I'm
up
out.
to you. Celeste has left it all to you, and she's abandoned you. So now it's
I
all
have
your
not-
job.
I have not abandoned you. It's just Celeste has made her firm mark and she doesn't want to talk about this in the Aaron manner.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
So,
I
so what does this mean
Well-
for what we're doing? Or what
Uh,
Sky's gonna do?
Oh, until that happens, I have nothing else for Sam.
in that case, until Cat can actively gets the chance to bring it up to the whole party.
I guess Kay could do something here.
don't mind me. I'm just gathering NPCs. But yes, Kay. What would you like to do?
All right. I have, just so you know, I have nothing left, so you can full disregard Stella for the rest. It's all y'all's.
All right. So Kay walks up and sees Sam and Jay here. Hey, you two.
Hey, Kay.
That was quite a thing you proposed there, or I guess Corey, huh?
Hmm. Yeah.
Jay will nod along. Yep.
That definitely sounds like the sort of thing he'd say. Do you agree with him?
I used to. More. I think I still do, but...
I think there's merit to what he suggests still. I mean, let's be honest, ways of living like this in other regions of the entire Pokemon content, and the entire world have already been dismantled entirely. Like, think of Johto, just think of, I don't know, Galar.
We don't even know if they've
It's
been
just-
affected by this at all. They're separate from us now.
Well, Unova is the only one that has some sort of, like, style of monarchy governance, I suppose, with the Plasma Knights.
Wait, they have a what now?
Don't worry about that right now. That's for another day.
Alright, you can fill me in later.
Exactly. What's important to know is that people should be governed by whoever they want to be governed by. That's why we want to choose who we want to lead us, per se.
I'm not really against what Corey suggested, but I don't know how you're going to convince everyone else, the people, to give up their power. It's quite an ask.
Oh, trust me, this is only step 1 of 1,000. It's something I've always known Corey was working on and working towards. It's just... I don't know, maybe this makes me sound like a horrible friend, but never actually thought it would happen. I mean, hey, I guess I never really thought I would die, or, you know, the entire world would be turned into Pokemon, but...
Mm-hmm.
I never thought I would have to walk on all fours at times, Jay will say. Times are changing, and so should the houses, I think.
Yeah. Although, do you think Corey could possibly pull it off peacefully?
Not alone.
Jay shrugs.
And...
Go on.
I think... even with everything he's managed to do, even with everything we've managed to do, I'm worried that changes like that might just not be enough. Old scars run deep, you know?
True. It takes a lot of effort on everyone's part.
Some wounds are too deep that they're generational. Trust me, I would know. I've seen them quite some time already, in all the circles I've been into. I mean, for example, I guess the old lord of the Huron house hated his son so much, but then they disappeared. And then that same kind of ruling is going around today for the seems of it.
A lot of problems today have been caused by hatred and injustice. I guess that's not surprising.
That runs for generations, so...
But it all has to stop somewhere. It can't just continue in perpetuity.
I bet you didn't imagine the human world being this complicated. Also, sorry, Sam, you go.
No, it's good.
Nope, not at all. Maybe I should have listened to my mom a little more. But not completely. By the way, Jay.
Yeah?
Kay gives Jay a hug. I forgot to say yes the other day, but thank you for saving Miles.
Hey, it was my duty, okay?
You performed admirably.
Mm-hmm.
So, see if you can set up some way to receive a signal here. That someone near the border can broadcast.
I'll do my best. My best. Hey, Sam.
Hmm?
You don't mind if I stick around here for a few days, right?
No, fine by me.
Yep.
You know, tell Corey you're hanging back if we get there first.
Aha, I can fly back. Don't worry.
It'll probably be like an hour from our point of view.
Oh, that's true. Hey, maybe I should stay here for longer. That's a good
Do
idea.
what you have to.
You know what? Maybe I can stay here for a week. It's gonna be like a day for you guys, after all.
I think you've earned that break.
Well, I'm not gonna be doing me resting, please. No, I'm gonna look around and see if actually the Razors are going to be cooperating, and I can give you a report on that.
Oh, well, that would be great. Thank you.
I think it's the best I can do at this point. Just...
No, that would be very helpful.
yeah. As long as you promise that you all take care of each other.
Do you have any doubt that we will?
For one, I don't know how you're going back in the first place. I'm worried about ambushes from the Mafia, to be fair.
I think they're that mad at us, huh? Well, I guess...
Oh, you got one of their big guys. So, I'm sure.
Well, Slim seemed to have gotten away, so yeah, maybe he will come after us.
Exactly. Like, you got him again for the... I think it's the third time you've gotten him already? So they're probably mega pissed at you.
Oh, yeah. And we've got a lot of people coming with us, too, so we're an easy target.
Mhm.
All right. That's something to think about. Thank you for the warning, Jay. I am going to say goodbye to Gregory over here. And if I don't see you again, be safe, Jay.
You be safe as well,
Right.
okay?
I expect
Leader
to
of
see you
Plasma.
return. K salutes.
He salutes back.
Dismissing myself. Goodbye. Hey, Gregory. Does Sam and Jay want to talk anymore before this?
No, I'm
Commander
good.
Commander K, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, as you heard, we're going to be going pretty soon, so I wanted to say goodbye and thank you for all the instruction. I will do my best to pass it on as well as you did.
It was a pleasure having you around here. Not exactly my place to say who is and who is not welcome, but I liked having you around.
Well, thank you. Could I ask a question?
Ask away.
Have there been any stories of a kid going missing many years ago in this estate?
Around here, no one went missing per se. We're usually pretty good about keeping track of who comes in and out.
Well, all
What makes
right.
you ask?
No reason in particular. I'm resisting the urge to glance at Sam.
Sir Gregory would like to roll intuition.
All right. I'll make a roll of intuition for him. Oh, I hope it doesn't break. I think this is the one that breaks. It didn't break. 30.
Oh, what? 7?
They're very strong.
Dang. All right. I think that's going to beat. Yeah.
If there's something going on here, I'd like to be read in.
Well, not so much something going on, but something that may have gone on who knows how long ago. I'm just kind of doing my research.
All the same, I'd like to be read in.
Well, I don't know if I should. As it involves other people. It's not entirely my place to talk about it.
Who should I talk about it then? Who should I talk about this with then?
That's the thing, that kind of partially gives it away, doesn't it? Alright. As you may know, we have some people who are more sensitive to spirits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not naming any names. There are multiple choices, so they can't blame me. One of them found one in the well near the keep. Someone was lost down there a long time ago.
How long are we talking?
I don't know. They were young, but they've been there for possibly at least one generation, 2 maybe.
That would have been before my time then.
That's why I ask about rumors. But thanks anyway.
Not a problem. Y'all have a safe trip back home.
Do our best.
That's what I'm counting on.
You take care of everyone here. I have
always
no
do.
doubt that you will. Oh, by the way, when we had that fight last week, I noticed the folks over there, pointing at the barn, they weren't very well protected. Do you guys have anything in mind to change that?
I have a few ideas how we might be able to protect them against certain scenarios. Problem is getting the resources and people assembled to implement such measures.
This is very important because hopefully it's no surprise, but Team Plasma can't very well work with you if you have a reputation of only protecting former humans. I expect them to receive just as much hospitality as anyone else.
We'll keep that in mind.
They are your guests too, and you're bound to protect them.
Those people are not our guests. They live here just as much as a lot of other people do. And I do watch after them like that. And if push really does come to shove, that Arcanine that you see living in there,
Mm-hmm.
she has a history of putting people into the hospital who don't know when to back off.
I have no doubt about that. She definitely looked very tough. But still, they are children and nursing mothers. You can't expect them to fight armed combatants like this.
Not regularly. But your concern is noted, and I do plan on trying to do a little more than what's being done right now to try and round out that particular vulnerability.
Glad to hear it. I trust they're in good hands. As you were? Is that the right term?
I certainly use that a lot when I'm doing police work.
I'm still trying to get used to all these specific orders, commands, and stuff. I'll get it down.
Takes a bit of practice, but it's nice to be able to master that particular type of language.
At ease, everyone.
You'll get there. With that, Sir Gregory would turn and head off toward the keep.
I like that Kay's trying to get the hang of like dismissals and stuff like that. So Kay, is there something you want to say to like Catherine and Celeste as they go out and as they pack up for everything to go?
Sure. Hey, you two.
Oh, hey, Kay.
Hey, Kay!
Hi.
Knowing the twins, Kay probably walked in on them stuffing their bags full of assorted snacks.
Yes.
Not that
very
they
much
have
so.
realized their error.
Celeste
Do
has
you-
one in her mouth, for God's sake.
I was just about to have him say, do you smell something?
What do you mean?
Smells like donuts. Are you having donuts without me?
We're just packing some snacks for the road.
Mm-hmm.
You're packing them in your stomach.
Should we just tell him about what happened earlier?
I don't know. Do you want to tell him?
It's Kay. What's the worst that could happen?
Don't say that!
Lightly bops her at the back of the head.
Sis!
You never say that! Voodoo!
Kay looks a little
That's interesting.
concerned.
That's an old wives' tale, and you know it.
Shut up! Anyway, since he's already looking at us weird, how about you say it?
Hey, Kay, you may want to sit down for this. Something might have happened while you guys were having your meeting.
Alright. Kay sits down just on the floor.
Yeah, she's going to
TLDR.
TLDR.
Yeah, TLDR.
Kay looks very concerned. What? He springs back up to his feet. That was... Why here? Why would you bring them here?
Okay, listen, we can explain. First of all, we boarded up this entire room so he wouldn't get out. Second,
And then-
I'm very aware that he's been able to hear us this entire time.
And-
As Celeste is saying that, Kat is just going to look over at the window that Ramel tried to jump out of.
Third, we got
And
more
third-
answers.
But you didn't even let us know. I could have. I could have held him in place. That was way too dangerous.
We had it under control. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm kind of a great roadblock, Kay.
Kat is just like apologetically just like holding her hands together. It's like, I'm sorry, let me. I figured we'd get it done sooner rather than later.
And you really believe everything he said?
Yes.
Too much of it lines up with what we already know.
Yes, and also he genuinely seemed sad when we started talking to him. It seems like those candies do a lot more worse than good.
Catherine, did you use your telepathy on him to verify?
At this, Kay would see Kat wince. Anyway.
Does like Catherine do like the lying Applejack expression?
Kind of, but not nearly to the caliber shown in the animation.
Mhm.
That's a good face. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, I am so glad we're leaving right now. Honestly, you two, this is why here. You could have done that back at the tower.
Where he would have had a million escape routes to possibly get out.
Like jumping out of a window?
Jumping out of a window, running around the tower, potentially killing a lot more people instead of a controlled area where we could keep him here and actually get information and actually calm him down and talk to him like a normal person.
Okay, so breathe.
With
I'm
just
supposed
the
to be
three of
panicky.
you.
Yes!
Oh, sweet Arceus.
All right.
Me and Celeste in particular, we need to talk to him at some point anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I know for sure his relationship with us, I'm happy we did.
I'm very happy too.
Okay. When you do, can I be present next time?
Yeah, that's fair.
Very fair.
I'm sorry we were at UK.
I can understand not wanting to bring Miles in for this, but
Now that we at least know that it wasn't him who killed Michael, maybe we can do something.
Mm-hmm.
But, regardless of what, before we knew all that, I didn't want to possibly have him being released be a death sentence.
I can respect that.
Hey,
Honestly, I didn't really know what we were going to do with him anyway.
Well, I know what I want to do. I know what. So, Celeste, you're probably on the same page as me.
Oh, definitely.
But that'll probably wait till we get back. For now, though, I have no idea how to bring this up with Miles, and at some point, probably should bring this up to Sam.
I'll keep quiet about it, but I do expect you to bring it up eventually.
Yeah, of course. Just Miles is not gonna be happy.
No,
Not that I
he
blame
won't.
him.
Hopefully this all ends well, and he'll have to accept that at least.
I hope so.
All right, so besides the donuts, are you all packed up? Give me one of those.
Oh yeah. Do you want jelly filled or caramel?
Jelly, absolutely.
Jelly-filled donuts.
Scott, you bring that up, I'm going.
Scott, you're mean. You're mean.
So I think I may have messed up a Nike here, so I hope this doesn't break. Okay, it didn't break. Good.
Okay, stuffs the rice ball in his mouth.
I think we joke, but the twins probably might have actually grabbed rice balls as well.
Better get a frying pan in case it rains.
Okay,
But
now that we're done with this area, I think. Any more interactions for anyone else before we leave? Stella's alone in the table room.
I like hardly hear. All I know is Alicia said she'd bring a thing, and that's all I got.
Oh. I'm sorry. Do you want me to play a moment for that?
Sure, if you want. I have no idea what it is.
Stratora, you remember what this is, right?
Yes. Let me.
Because I don't remember what this is either.
Let me find the sketch.
Thank you. What is this? Stella shakes Ramel's ball like a bug in a jar?
Holly, what
Yeah.
the fuck are you doing?
I'll show you. Hold on.
Oh.
Scott, you can't play it. It has audio, but I am putting it in players only.
I can't play it, has audio. I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very short, but it's very loud.
Oh no.
Yep. Oh, I think I have the sketch actually on my memory. Do I? Aaron Manor sketch. I do have it in my memory.
Yep. Let's see.
What page?
I'm just typing it out in chat so you can see it.
Okay.
Question, Stella. What is your typing?
Pure psychic.
Yeah. I got it. Okay. Alicia comes back with the box herself. I thought it would be best to give it to you personally, Miss Stella. Sorry that I had to keep you waiting.
No, it's quite all right, really.
For you, she hands over the box.
She floats the box down very gently onto the table, and I assume she could just open it.
Yep.
So she will.
As you open the box, inside, you see what seems to be a symbol of a moon inside. And inspecting it further, you realize it's a brooch. More specifically, it's a lunar brooch.
Ooh.
I thought you might want to have this.
Properly old. Do you remember
you remember whose or when it was.
Well, definitely in the Harford's family, and
Certainly so.
as they would say back then, is that with the light of the moon, you would be protected by darkness. Or from darkness, rather.
Well, I don't see any harm in that.
This item is an equipment for you.
Oh.
It does something.
Oh.
Maybe if you want to roll occult, you may kind of figure out what it is. If that's correct, straight?
Yep.
Yeah.
This would definitely be a cult.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a
wow,
definite
that
hit.
is a huge roll.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll the tail first because this is your, like, straight up occult knowledge from what you know.
Yep.
This is a very important relic from the Harfords. This is a moon brooch that, when used, would give you protection from darkness. More specifically, dark typing.
Oh.
And instead of damage, what you receive is healing, dealt in half of what it would have done to you.
Oh my god, that's huge.
Yeah.
Dang, that is huge.
If only you could wear like a cute little hair clip in your floofy vein.
Right? I'm sure we could figure something out to repurpose it and make it cute.
Oh, that honestly may do well to save my life one day.
I certainly hope it does.
Thank you for this. This is truly something special.
Well, it's part of your family, so don't thank me, thank your family.
True. I won't keep you, Alicia. But thanks for housing us for a little while. We'll be out of your hair soon enough.
No worries, I actually have to do a little rush. I need to go tell Miles something that I forgot to mention. So, if you'll excuse me.
Sure.
She
Take
floats
care.
quickly outside.
Oh, buddy, I guess that makes my second equip slot.
Yeah.
Imagine having equipment.
Imagine having it. You have a sword. You have a talking
I have a
sword.
To be fair, that's not equipment.
Fair.
I'm Johnny.
No. No.
I'm equipment.
They're Walter.
I'm Walter.
Estelle, you may leave the conference room. It's no longer being used. Unless you want to, like, stay here and
Oh.
trash the place.
Oh, I'll move in a bit. I'm just typing out the item.
Okay.
I'll
Wow.
forever still call him Johnny.
Then when you go out, you can go towards all the people that are in... Well, everyone from the room are gonna exit. The players are gonna be, like, out here. Ish. So you can join them there, Stella, when able. So we're doing Miles' scene now, so... Wait, Miles! One moment! I almost forgot.
Miles would turn around to face both Alicia and David as they were coming out.
You see Anna coming close behind as well. David will approach first and say, I will obviously be staying for house reasons. Our little journey together was fun, little bro, but... He looks back at Alicia. I can call him little bro, whatever. But, I didn't want to leave you completely empty-handed with the lack of my presence, you know?
Really now?
You have a special friend that's gonna come along. From behind Alicia, Anna just waves.
Lady Erin, you're okay with this?
Oh, she's gonna have to be okay with it, because if I can't go, then I'm gonna go chase after you, of course. It's been so long since we've been together, I just wanted to see you again, and hey, guess what? I'm gonna see you more now, because I'm going to the tower.
More friends.
Miles is certainly surprised by this development, but he can't help but smile. Well,
Mayotta City's in complete disarray, as I hear, and someone's gonna need some sort of receptionist at the tower, am I not right?
well,
You know,
we have a few people that fill that role already, but I'm sure they could learn a thing or two about the way you handle reception.
Absolutely. And I'll say. She approaches and gives you one.
Thank you, Miles would say, giving her cheek just a very light stroke. And then gathering Lilac into his arms.
I can't wait to meet all the special Pokemon that are over there.
There's definitely a crowd over there.
Hey, you're not going to be able to remember everyone's names. There are so many.
Well, there was something else that happened that I wanted to talk to you all about. On my way out from the conference room earlier as that meeting was wrapping up, I remember telling at least a few of you about that voice that I heard in the early hours of this morning, right?
Yes.
I heard it again, and she seemed rather confident she had found me. I don't know who or what this thing is, but, well, her aura didn't seem overtly hostile or malicious, but it was definitely strong, and it was a lot closer than the first time I heard it.
Miles, as you're giving this explanation, you will feel once more in your head there. I think I can see you.
Miles sets Lilac down before touching another paw to his head. You see me? Miles would think to himself. How? And then Miles would turn his gaze up towards the sky.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Miles?
See a little dot circling around in the sky.
so how much jet plane noises are we about to hear?
I don't know.
And they're approaching you see them like start approaching at the middle of the courtyard too.
Do all of us see it?
Scott, could I get you the music that I wanted for this?
Oh, gimme.
I would assume we can all see that thing coming in.
Oh yeah, it's big and it's coming fast.
What in the name of
Brace yourselves, guys.
What is that?
Stay calm. Guys.
whatever it is? It's making its way here fast.
There we go.
Oh boy. I'm
Oh yeah, Scott. I believe it's a semi-important question.
Yeah.
Does Cat's god blood react?
It starts to, yes. Oh wait. And they land. Okay, they're right next to you, so you kind of feel the impact of as they land.
The shockwave.
There they are.
Oh my sweet mother of...
Alright, we should recognize that. We've seen the statues, right?
Yeah.
Talk about a living legend.
Is that the...
Is it actually?
The Reshiram looks at you. Specifically Miles. And they start approaching. Hold on. Put your icon above. There you go.
Miles, be careful.
Wait, don't make any movements yet.
Miles would motion for everyone else to stay behind him unsure of what exactly was going to happen, while still trying to look up to meet the Reshiram's gaze.
I finally found you, Miles.
You're Varizia, aren't you?
Both paws, like, no, not paws, right. My bad. Her head gets close to you. And she says, yes. You do know.
Big.
You're
Yeah,
face to
big.
face with the Reshiram now. As they
Miles,
stare
you
at you.
didn't tell us about this friend.
I did not realize it was going to be her until just now.
Then she gives you a big smile. And then you're attacked! No, not really attacked, but a giant lick goes across your entire body as she introduces herself to you.
Miles is not expecting this, and he stumbles straight to the ground. Ugh. Wow. I didn't know what I would...
I'm sorry, I'm
See-
just so happy to see you.
You're so popular, Miles.
I guess so. Miles would say, scratching the back of his head and standing himself up. Right. Varicia,
Mm-hmm.
these are some of my friends. This is Jay right here. This is Lilac. Kay.
How do you do?
Anna. Sam. Catherine. Celeste.
Hey.
My cousin David. And my Aunt Alicia. And just behind her is another good friend of mine, Stella Hearthward.
She floats up only a little bit because it's mostly just, oh, this is living archaeology. Of course she's excited a little bit. It's like,
There is a
oh,
lot of excitement.
Oh.
Celeste is full rainbow wing right now.
Hey,
So,
Kat.
yeah.
How is Kat doing being stuck right next to a legendary?
Oh, you're like vibrating, possibly. Very possibly vibrating from everything.
Well, welcome. Somehow I expected you to be smaller than the statues.
Oh, no. I'm just sorry, I'm so happy. I felt your energy appear suddenly a few days ago, and I'm finally able to find you. I've been waiting for decades for this moment.
You felt my energy?
Felt your aura. You are the armored Lucario of this generation, are you not?
I mean, yeah, but I didn't think an evolutionary emanation like that would reach out well all across the continent.
While the armored Lucarios are rare.
Has to be the sword. Perhaps acts as an amplifier.
Miles would take the blade off of his side and balance the blade in both of his paws.
She approaches the sword and with a boop, of course, because it's the only way she can like touch something. The sword will glow intently as she does so.
Well, it's good to finally meet you, but Varicia, I do have a bit of a problem I'm trying to deal with right now.
What problem do you have?
My friends and I are trying to get back to, well, the tower just to the north of here. The largest structure currently on the continent, well, tallest one anyways.
I see. Well, funnily enough, that's where I'm headed as well. After finding you, of course.
You're headed there too. Well, how many of us do you believe you'd be able to carry on your back?
Oh. I think with the help of your big friend over there, points at you, Celeste. I think we can
Happy
carry
to help.
everyone.
Celeste is even more excited by now.
Well, this just got extremely convenient.
Well, this could be a problem once we get to the city. There's something attacking everything that flies, remember?
Ah, I wouldn't worry. Varisia will say. Do you think they will dare shoot someone like me?
I don't think they would try.
If they do, well,
I'll just attack back. Simple as that.
Who'd want to anger such a beautiful legendary Pokemon like a Reshiram?
don't take any unnecessary risks, okay?
So, what do y'all say? Need a ride?
That would be most appreciated.
I get to fly next to a legendary Pokemon! Best thing ever!
This is where we're ending tonight, by the way.
I can't believe we're Nino Kuniing this.
Nino Kuni? I don't know what that means.
Let's figure out here. Damien's gonna have an aneurysm when he hears
I
about
love Flammy.
Susan didn't expect it to go this way.
this. Aura, I should have known you were gonna use that music. That's so fucking good.
I was gonna use another music, but Straight had a better idea.
Of course, it was Final Fantasy. I knew the moment what it was.
Of
The
course
first
it's Final
3
Fantasy. Straight Tora is the Final Fantasy kid.
Yeah, full 14. Let's go.
14 is fucking awesome.
I am going to say the following thing for art tonight. There's a lot, so instead of doing art tonight, I want to save it for a stream instead. How does that sound for
All right.
everyone?
Can you show at least just the one sketch I did today?
Please.
Oh,
it deserves.
okay,
the
yes.
praise.
On the one sketch today, and then the little blurb that I commissioned a while ago
Oh, that's
involving
right.
Varisia and
Yeah,
Miles.
it's a story scene, so that
Okay.
deserves to be shown.
Yes.
2 pictures.
Can you resend that to me straight, please?
Sure. I'm gonna send it straight to your DMs.
The moment I knew the Reshiram landed, I knew I'm like, oh, it's the picture. Or I was bouncing up and down in my chair like a toddler.
I will show them again, of course, on the whenever I do art again. Because it's mandatory.
It's just been rare since I've had time
Also-
to draw Stella.
Yeah, this has been the least trauma experience that Stella has ever had. Because
Yeah.
not only everything that you mentioned previously before we began this session, but also you get to see archaeology legends. you
Yeah,
know?
she actually gets to show like extreme excitement and be like, ooh!
I love how both Stella and Celeste are super freaking excited about seeing a legendary Pokemon, but for different reasons, and it's fucking incredible.
Stella's a nerd.
Celeste is geeking out because she never thought she'd see a legendary Pokemon in front of her eyes.
What the fuck do you mean? You like share a room with one?
Here is Hallie's doodle, by the way, everyone.
It's
Look at her.
so super duper fresh. Look at her.
We love her.
Look how happy she is, finally.
Ah,
No more pain.
You will love her. You will cherish her.
Forfeit all possessions to her.
fluffy baby.
Oh, now that I think about it, I think Varisia is an 8x8, not a 6x6.
What?
She big.
Big.
Yeah, you'll see on the art that I'm about to share on stream. Oh, I'm not sharing
yeah.
screen, but straight away, you can also share it like on players only.
I've seen it. I
Yeah.
have it saved. It's so cute.
Look at this one.
It's so cute.
Holy smokes!
She big.
He's beautiful.
I underestimated.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make it 8x8. Yeah, by those like metrics alone, I think it's more necessary to make Varisia an 8x8.
Yeah, Reshiram's huge.
Wow.
No, this one is big.
She's big, she's brave, and she's beautiful, and I love her. Reshiram's one of my favorite.
Who
legendaries.
drew this, by the way, again?
Raikkoon.
Raikkoon does really good art.
Yeah. Just to show the... Oh, whoops. Just to show the difference in size. Now, that's the proper size. I should have done that.
Yeah, she big.
Raikun, as Stritora said in chat. Thank you, Stritora.
She's gonna have to live on the roof of the tower.
She's not living inside the tower for sure.
I don't think we could physically fit her anywhere in the tower.
Yeah, no.
Congratulations, you got a plane.
I can't.
We
believe
now have
Army
fast
on
travel over the entire continent.
Yes, essentially.
Within reason.
I mean, we're entering endgame soon, so this feels appropriate.
That's fair.
I'm so
This is
ready.
good. This is going to make getting places so much more convenient.
Gonna have to make
I
a separate
know.
tower just to fit Verizia. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And she can just perch herself right on the top.
She
Yeah.
will.
It's just
Yeah,
like,
the
I see
top.
no gods up here.
Only
Except
me.
for me. Oh, hi, Stella.
Oh yeah, Stella, like right next to it, like in the other tower.
I drew that.
I made this.
You made this? I made
So, how did everyone enjoy tonight's session?
Good.
This was a lot of fun.
God, we needed this. We fucking needed this, man.
Yeah.
It's okay, we get trauma next session.
No, Celeste isn't getting any more trauma. She literally fucking died like a few
You
sessions
get
ago.
more.
No, fuck you.
New life, new
Trauma.
trauma. New life, new trauma.
Oh, what's this? It's this orb of trauma I'm about to throw at you at fucking mock speed.
I deserve
Traumorb.
it.
A trauma orb.
Shoves that redacted down
Yeah.
down to the bed.
I have no raids tonight, so that's gonna be it for me tonight, of course.
Let's see. Cole Quill is streaming Rabbit and Steel.
Oh, okay.
Such a good game.
Yeah, I should send some love over. That's a good, like... Oh yeah, Rabbit and Steel, Hallie, I was able to like experience what it means to be in a raid. Thanks to that game.
Yeah, true. It is
Hell
basically
yeah.
raid mechanics.
It's fun. I'm gonna leave you with Cole Quill then. Before I leave, I want to thank Telephoto for the follow and Iraya for the resub for 33 months. Oh my goodness.
Woo!
Thank you very much. I hope everyone had a good time tonight, especially my players.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
And I hope you all have a good night. Be careful with Destiny. Don't let it capture you in a diamond. And, you know, say no to candy. What an ending.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Sorry.
Bye.
Don't take candy
Can't
from
hear you over the
strangers.
candy.
Yeah.
Destiny can honestly go suck it.
Wow.
Literally.
Alright, good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Nighty night.
Bye.
Bye.